Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Pork and Bean Show, starring Pork Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Lane. Sit back, relax, and stay a while as we stretch your imagination to places unknown and explore the mysterious world of the Sasquatch people and much more.
They say I need some Rogaine to put in my hair. Work it out at the gym to fit my underwear. Oakley makes the shades a transformer tool. You'd hate for the kids to think that you lost your cool. I'ma do the things that I wanna do. I ain't got a thing to prove to you. I leave my candy with the pork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. I'm fine and dandy with the meal inside. One look in the mirror and I'll take the pick. I don't give a hoot about what you think. Everyone likes to dance to a happy song with a catchy chorus and beat so they can sing along. Timberland knows the way to reach the top of the chart. Maybe if I work with him, I can perfect the art. I'ma do the things that I wanna do. I ain't got a thing to prove to you. I leave my candy with the pork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. I'm fine and dandy with the meal inside. One look in the mirror and I'll take the pick. I don't give a hoot about what
Oh, I had my machine turned off. Try it again.
Oh,
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it was on my side. I was
That's
watching
all right.
you. I was watching YouTube, and I have this little button I can turn. I can turn the sound off, so when it comes advertisements come on there. So it was me all along. I was deaf, and you were blind.
I figured it was because it said it was working. I was getting worried there because
Oh, it's all my fault. All my fault. False alarm.
yeah. Yeah. I think you better go back to the beginning of creation and start over again.
I know. I don't know if we could really change it that much, though. You
No,
could,
just
I
change
guess.
you.
Huh?
Just
Change.
change you.
Change God. Change the way it started. Started off with a bang. A bang in the butt. A butt bang. The universe is a butt bang.
There's the show link in the group. Didn't I send Ma? Oh, maybe I didn't send her one. Okay, there we go. There we go. The House of Life of Frank Oliver Barnes.
It's pretty good.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke? Camel? Pall
I,
Mall?
something called, I don't smoke cigarettes, I smoke cigars. They're called Phillies. Phillies.
Oh. Oh, you're a cigar
Phillies.
smoker.
Phillies and their little miniature cigars because they cost half the price of what other ones cost.
Oh, they're cheaper than cigarettes?
Oh yeah, a lot cheaper. Like those are like a $1.60 or something, and cigarettes go like for $5 or something crazy.
Well, you think that's crazy. They go for about $20 a pack out here.
Oh, no, that's just unbelievable. Make you want to
I
grow
think
your
I
own
think it's
tobacco.
something like that. It's 20 or just under 20 or whatever. I remember I quit and let's see. I quit 32 years ago and they were just going up to $5 a pack. And I said, I
Well,
ain't paying
you
that
got
much.
cartons for $50 or $60 a carton. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But now you're talking if it's talking $20, 20 times that's like $200 a carton.
Oh, it's crazy. Pay a lot of money to make
Why
yourself
did they
feel like
do
shit.
that? They're trying
I
to,
don't know. You got to pay a lot of money to make yourself feel like shit.
well, that's the human condition. Hey, pretty lady.
Peach
Hey,
cobbler. It's peach cobbler.
yes, it is.
You got a food addiction or something? You name everybody after food or something.
Well, well, yeah. Pork Cunningham,
Yeah.
Frank Beans, So we have to continue the tradition from there.
What do people love?
Food.
Food. If I post something about food on my page, I get tons of responses. So
Yeah.
that's
Well, I
funny.
reached a new milestone on my like page. I got 105,000
Wow.
people that I reach every month.
Wow.
Yeah, well, they cut me back from 1,500,000 to, because I
Yeah.
was a bad boy. I said ivermectin works for the fake
COVID. Yeah,
flu.
you can't say that.
And they put me in jail about, I guess in 2020.
Well, you
Yeah.
belong in
Well,
prison.
I was at least 10 times I've been in jail. And whenever they did that, they gave me a little spanking.
Yeah.
And my reach kept going down and down and down and down and down.
Yeah.
How come you're the
I've
host?
never I've never been in jail but then
Hey, this is weird. How come you're the host, Darla? We can't do it like that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you are. It says you're the host.
No, I'd have to be the hostess anyway. That would
Okay,
be
well,
sexy.
you're the hostess with the mostest because I can't do anything.
I'm just here.
No, we have to correct this.
Yes,
Otherwise, I
please
can't.
do.
It
Otherwise, I
says
can't.
host.
It says Arlo's the host.
No. You better correct it because
I think you got to do something to help me correct it. You
Oh,
see
she
where it
does.
says,
yeah,
Wait
it's
a minute.
saying Barb Shupe entered the waiting room. Admit.
yeah, well, see, I don't even see that. So you gotta,
Uh-oh.
how does Arlo, or how does,
Do I
How-
need to go back out and come back in maybe?
I don't know. I know you just have to, how do you do the hosting again? Is it under share screen, Beans? How does she make me the host? This is-
I have no idea. Did you hit share screen? I don't know. I don't know.
I
I
don't
think
know.
it's
Share
I think
screen's red on mine. I
oh
mean green.
right, green.
Push on it and see what it says. Does it say make me the host or something? Does something come up?
It says no, it's just a deal to put
Right.
photos and stuff up. I
Brian,
can't
you
do
you
that.
you post on you click on the share screen and it'll send a message to her to make you the host.
I
See if
can't,
that
it's
works.
just saying host disabled participant sharing.
Oh,
Arla's got to do it.
Okay, let me see here. One participant can share at a time. Multiple participants can share simultaneously. What does that mean?
Does it say make, there's somewhere where it says make a host?
Says advanced sharing options. Let's see what that says. Who can share? All participants. Who can start sharing when someone else is sharing? Only the host.
Do you want to bring Barb on?
I will.
oh,
But
Well,
we have to
I think-
resolve
yeah.
this somehow.
Oh, okay. I admitted her. Let me just go off. Cause see, it says "and" for me, and doesn't say just leave.
That's weird.
Okay.
and leave.
I've
Oh,
never seen that. I've never seen that before. I never
Okay.
even touched anything.
mine says
Well,
leave.
We got
But
a
if-
we got an
Does
issue
that
here,
mean does that
Barb.
mean if
Somehow Arla's the host and I can't do
Arla
anything.
leaves if Arla leaves then the whole show shuts down? Okay,
yeah, cause it says "and." I don't. It says there's a stop video, security, chat, share screen, record, reactions, apps, and then "and" where it usually says "leave" for me. It's saying no, "end" went off. No, it's back on.
That's bizarre.
Oh,
I didn't
click,
even touch
Yeah.
anything.
click
I've
on
never
it.
happened. That's never
Click on
happened
it.
before.
Click on that thing that says "end," and it should
Okay.
pop up a menu, and the
End
menu.
meeting for all, leave meeting. But is that going to leave us with no host if I leave?
No, you've got to somehow. I know there's a way that you can make me the host, and I can't remember how to do it though. And I
There's
don't know
no
even
way.
why that happened.
I don't know.
There's 4 of them, and they ain't smarter than a computer.
You go out of here right now. We don't need your information being shared.
We need a snarky, sarcastic expert. That's what we need.
Well, I just had one.
Hey, can you go? Can you leave and come back, Arlen? Maybe.
I don't know. I'm going to leave the meeting, so I don't know where this is going to take us.
Oh well,
I'm
if we have
gone.
to do a whole new, if I have to send a whole
Let's
new
see.
link, I will.
Assign a new host. It
Oh.
says Pork Cunningham
That's
is
me.
going
Yeah,
to be
do that.
the
Do that.
host.
Do that.
Assign and leave.
Or you could do Frank Oliver Beans.
No, that would be a disaster.
You'd love it.
I'd lose all control of the show if I made you the host.
You already have no control of the show. Look, you're not even the host anymore.
I am now. Hey, Barb,
Hey, good morning.
y'all ready to become famous?
You bet.
You've hit your pinnacle.
What's that?
You've hit your pinnacle today.
I think maybe. Well, I'm not done yet.
I said today, and including everything. Oh, okay. There we go. Now we got Arla in line.
But I'm Arla Colette Williams. I'm not Peach Cobbler.
I'm going to change it.
Oh, no.
I'm changing it.
How to
That's how I figured out that I wasn't the host, because I tried changing your name and I couldn't do it.
Well, thank goodness you figured that out. I don't want to be the host. I don't mind being an anchor around somebody's neck, but I sure don't.
Well, as long as Mr. Beans isn't the host, that's.
Shame on you, Todd.
Tom says he needs a link to the show. Can we let him on? Because he's got all these nurses and everything coming on.
He'll just have to go off. So he
yeah, but it's.
Do you want me to forward him the link?
Come on, what are they not dictators? We're not dictators.
Dictators?
Well, we're tater and tot. We are kind of taters.
Yeah, we'd be up 2 potatoes.
Okay, should we let him on?
Spuds.
What are you talking about?
Okay, we'll let him on.
He's asking to be on.
Send him just a link to watch the show. He can go to Pork and Beans and watch it.
I know.
That's all he's got to do.
I'll ask him if he wants on or if he wants to watch it.
You know he wants on.
Yeah, I know. I know he does, because he was already trying to suggest a nickname for himself.
Oh my gosh. He's Tater.
Yeah.
I just changed my name.
To what?
Frankfurter. Oh, you're getting all healthy on us.
How did you do that? You're not allowed. Can't do that. How did you change it? Frankfurter olive oil.
Magic. He's magic. That's how he did it.
Frankfurter. Oh, you're going healthy. Yeah, olive oil. Is olive oil the healthy one?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. You see Elvis in the background?
Is that Elvis?
That's Elvis Elk.
Oh, nice. He's a handsome fella.
I saved him from being trashed.
Oh.
They were gonna trash him, and I said I want him. His nose was off and an ear was falling. And I have a friend.
Did you put him back together with some glue or something?
I have a taxidermist friend, and she worked on him.
You should get Mr. Bean's head mounted when he croaks.
See how big he is? There's a wood box. Look, he's huge. He takes up almost the whole wall.
When you croak, Mr. Beans, we'll get your head mounted and we'll say the world's handsomest man.
Stuffed. I will let people say I'm kind of stuffy already.
Oh my goodness.
Well, what time is it? Oh, I don't know what he didn't answer me, Tom. So should I send? I'll just send him the link. I mean,
if he has to go, he'll go.
Yeah, I just don't like it because he's always there's so much noise going on in his place. All these people coming in and talking.
That's what happens when you live in those assisted living places.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work for the show that good.
No, probably not.
That's because they have to pay for the internet. So if they can't afford to pay for the internet, then they go around and visit each other.
No. All his nurses are constantly coming in and doing
checking on him
and talking, and it's just kind of like doesn't have to.
You're talking like the pork and beans is some kind of pristine, top shelf thing or something. I don't see it that way.
When it gets high potent, I'll start wearing headphones.
We've been perfecting this show for 4 years, Bean. Are you saying it hasn't got any better?
You have gotten more unique.
Yeah?
It's character.
Jeez. You know what? I'm 8 shows. I've got 8 shows lined up. I've never been so far ahead of the game before.
Oh, I'm waiting on Brian to tell me, and I've got to call Scott. And I talked to Ron Moorhead.
No. I got Scott and Ron already lined up.
Did you? Good. I was just going to say I talked to him. So
They're coming
Good
on
deal.
March 9th. You will get you on that show too.
awesome.
Yeah.
And we want to have as many of our admins and co-hosts as possible, so that the so that our guests are sort of at the bottom at the that little tiny window like that.
I know.
You got a nickname you want to use, Barb?
No, I'm just Barb.
Let's call it barbecue.
Barbecue.
I used
Oh
to be
my
a
gosh.
camper back
Huh?
in my younger days.
How about Barb E, Barb, and then the middle initial E, Q.
I think it needs to be cute. Barbie
Yeah.
cute.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh, that's cute too. I like that one. Barbecue. That's cute. I like that.
Did we do that?
Well, they won't know who she is if they watch the show then.
You want to
So
send
she
people
needs
to,
to
you want
be
to send
her.
people to her.
I think
Okay.
that's above my humble level.
Oh, we got no humility here.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
have a level.
I'm gonna rename you in capitals then, okay? So you don't look like you're just insignificant.
Anyone who thinks Barb is insignificant needs to have an attitude adjustment.
Oh,
The alternate reality that is the Pork and Bean Show.
Yes.
We don't care about our guests or their views. We just got us.
oh.
Oh.
Well, without having fun, the guests aren't going to want to watch. So,
That's
you got-
true.
about you.
Yeah, I got to give
Yep.
Tom the link for the show. He just wants to watch. He just doesn't. I guess he's never watched it before.
Well, good. Put him on the show and just block off his.
Oh, he doesn't want to. He just wants to watch on the Pork and Bean
Don't
Show.
say and block off his screen, his camera. That's all you got to do.
No, he's not coming on. He just wants to watch it in group.
Yeah, he can do that. Well, he can chat too at that time in the group with everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're
But she
running
will-
behind, so I better. Oh,
Yeah, it's 12.
Okay.
okay.
I'm
I'm gonna
ready.
let these. I'm gonna let these. Oh, geez, we got beef
Well,
beef Wellington and sloppy Joe coming in.
Beef Wellington. That one.
Beef Wellington, yeah. Hold on, I got to change her name.
that's
Oh,
Kevin.
there's Sam. Did they give you some kind of sloppy name or something?
No, he named himself. Sloppy Joe.
This place is a veritable nut house.
Well, that's how we
I
like
can't
it,
keep
right?
up with them.
Yeah.
That's what makes it fun.
There's
I'm gonna-
beef Wellington.
I just got to get the sloppy Joe in there.
This is becoming a buffet, actually. All this
The Pork and
food.
Beans buffet. Yeah, all you can eat.
That's
All
it.
right. All right, sloppy Joe, beef Wellington, the whole gang. Oh, we got like 5 admins here, and then an interloper. Oh, wait a minute, that's our guest. That's our guest.
I love that.
Okay, I'm going to start the show.
Okay.
There we go. You guys can still talk. It doesn't matter. Things gone all to hell anyway, so who cares?
Hey, wash your mouth out.
Sloppy Joe.
All the hell isn't a bad word. Sloppy Joe. The thing is Sam looks like the complete opposite of Sloppy Joe, but that's what's so funny about it.
He's
My
an
shadow side.
oxymoron.
I mean, Kevin
Yeah.
should be Sloppy Joe, maybe.
Okay, Mr. Figures.
It's
I
my
knew you
shadow
were-
side.
We should give him a Chinese name, Salmon.
I think they're waiting for us.
There they are. Okay. There we are.
I'm not sure sloppy is spelled Sloopy.
And Sloopy.
I kind of like
Hang on.
Sleepy
Joe,
Joe.
yeah.
Come on, Sam.
Sleepy
You're now
Joe.
Sleepy Joe.
Hey, wait a minute. I got to change that. Sleepy Joe.
I like Sloopy.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy
All
Joe?
right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Kevin.
Yeah, don't be changing my name. I'm okay. I'm good.
No, you're good.
He's Mr. Beef.
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Port Cunningham, and I'm here with the world's handsomest man, Frankenfurter olive oil beans. This is
Classy.
the Pork and Beans show, and
I'm
we got
classy.
he's classed his name up a bit. We've got
Does that make you
We-
Pork
we-
Popeye Cunningham?
I like that actually.
I do too.
I do actually like it. I'm working out too, so I got the big forearms like Popeye now.
Nice. You just need the tattoos.
So and we're joined by some of our admins. Of course, we all have different food names, like once because pork and beef and beans and whatever. So we had to continue in that vein. So we got Sloppy Joe, aka Sam Chandler, Peach Cobbler, Arla Colette, and Beef Wellington. What's your
Peach
name?
gobbler. If you were a turkey, it'd be a peach gobbler.
Peach Cobbler. Peach Gobbler. I think Moz, you've gobbled down a few peaches, haven't you?
I imagine that's where that whole peaches thing started years ago because of me and the peach tree and eating peaches till I'd nearly be sick. So
Yeah, my thing was cherries. I'd go up in a cherry tree and up there all day. Yeah. Anyway, this is the Pork and Beans show. Thanks everybody for joining us. I think this is going to be a really fun show today. We're joined by Barb Shupe. Hey, Barb. She
Hello,
didn't want a
everybody.
nickname. Didn't want a nickname because she's too humble.
Hallelujah.
and it's hard to be humble.
Well,
Especially on this show.
Uh,
So why don't we get started? So Barb, how were you introduced to the Sasquatch world, or was there something about you as a kid that kind of led you down this path of woo and whatever you want to?
well, when I was a kid, my folks took us camping up at Mount St. Helens before the eruption. And at night, the campground hosts would have a big bonfire and they'd tell the stories of the Sasquatch. And that was when I first heard about Ape Canyon. And I was fascinated. My little brother was terrified, but I was hooked for life. And as far as the woo thing, I've always had an interest in the paranormal, but to me, Sasquatch was not paranormal. Sasquatch was a flesh and blood creature that was out there in the forest. And I had my first experience back in 1992. The first time I was up the trail here by my cabin, I had just stopped watching equipment and moved my trailer here to Greenwater and was out for a walk. And up here on the trail, I found two freshly broken treetops just laying in the road. Well, I thought that was weird. So I started looking around. It was a clear blue sunny sky. There was no reason for these two tops to be laying there. And right beside the road, there was two maybe 12-foot tall, young, healthy, bushy trees, and their tops were gone. And well, that's just very strange. And I'm looking at the trees and I'm thinking, well, nothing climbed them, that there's nothing else broken. So I stepped back between them, and that's when I looked over and I saw this stump about so big around. Well, it was only about 3 feet tall, but it was just kind of over an embankment, and the top had been freshly snapped off, and I could see that from where I was standing. So I walked over there, and at the bottom of this embankment was a giant footprint. And I stepped down and looked at it from the other direction, and you could see where like maybe a hand had gone on the stump, a foot had gone up and then slid down and pushed all that dirt down, making a perfect giant footprint and snapping the top off. And I'm thinking, well, maybe that irritated this individual. So they took a few more steps, reached up, snapped the tops out of those trees, threw them down and kept going. And that's when I came along. And that was the very first walk I took up this trail back in 92. So that's when it really became cemented to me that they were real.
Why
Next
is it that every time I'm doing something and I mute, people, everything stops and they wait for me to say something. I'm trying to say something, everybody's talking.
Well, I can keep going if you want.
I was trying to tell Tom I was trying to tell Tom if he wants to come on, but he's got to put a muscle over his nurses. But okay, yeah, well, okay, so that piqued your interest and that got you started.
That's where it started way back, yeah.
Yeah,
and
I think that I don't know. I think that's a pretty common theme with a lot of people who get involved in the Sasquatch world, is they have an interest all their life because there's that connection is already established, I think, but we just don't realize it until that eureka moment or whatever.
Yeah.
How old were you? I didn't hear that part. I was too busy not listening to Brian.
Oh, I was maybe 6 or 7 when my folks took us up at Spirit Lake, up at Mount St. Helens. And
that's like
that was before the mountain blew. So
that's like a full lifetime of knowing about Sasquatch.
Well, I'm sure you all did the same thing. Every book you could find, every TV show, that came on, that was just something you just lived for, to be able to absorb whatever you could get. It wasn't like it is nowadays where you can just get on the internet and find Bigfoot stuff 24/7. It was priceless back then.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're gonna get into a bunch of your pictures and stuff and a lot of your stories. But why don't you tell us, how did you come to the point where you started your wonderful campout group and whatever, which is just an amazing gathering, and you've had so many experiences, and I'm sure that you were guided to start that. But how did that come about? How did the seeds to that idea?
Well, I'm going to step back and I'm going to tell another couple stories, and we'll get to the camp out stuff. Okay. Do you have that first picture to go ahead and put up?
Well, did you want to put the pictures up right away?
Oh, just the first one. Just go ahead and put that first one up.
Okay. And you know what? I've even got it. Wait a minute. I thought I did. I should have that. Okay, hold on. There we go. There we go. Did it show up?
There it is. Yeah, so there's my Gabby girl. That was me and her back about 10 years ago when all this first started. She was my squatching buddy. And yeah, I miss her so much. But so back in the day, this was about 10 years ago. I had a missing chicken up at the house, and I was just sitting there by myself one evening with the window opening, just playing bingo on the iPod, thinking that if something went after that chicken, I'd hear her and I could run out and maybe get her. So I'm just sitting there, and that's when I started hearing these screams. And the first time that it happened, it didn't really connect. It didn't click. It did it again, and then it was like my head popped up, and I was like, I know what that is. I've heard that before. I've heard it on Bigfoot shows. That's a Bigfoot howl. So I went outside, I listened to it 2 more times, and here I'm standing there with the iPod in my hand, and it never even occurred to me to record it. But at that point, I started asking my neighbors and other people in Greenwater. I was working at the store, so whenever they'd come in, it was like, hey, you ever see or hear anything weird around here? Because as I had found that footprint 20 years earlier. So I knew they were around, but I had always been under the impression that they were, you know, that was a single individual passing through to more remote places. It never ever occurred to me that they were family groups that were living here all the time. So as time went on, I started getting more and more people that were opening up to me in the store, you know, about the things that they'd experienced. And for the people that didn't think they'd had an experience, it started conversation. And from those conversations, people would learn that Sasquatch did things like throwing rocks. And I got a lot of, oh, you mean they do that? Well, there was this one time this happened, and there was the time this happened. And before I knew it, there was a large portion of the community that was coming to me with experiences that they'd had. And a lot of them wouldn't talk about it publicly. A lot of them would talk very quietly in an empty store. And as soon as the door opened, they were done talking and went. They had nothing else to say about it. After we did that for a few months, I was sitting there by the window every night, listening for more howls, talking to the locals. And then I went up to get coffee one morning, and there was a couple local fellows that were sitting there in the coffee shop. And the one guy, he's a retired timber faller. And he was telling me about how he knew where the Sasquatches lived. They lived up in the creek that flows past my cabin, up on the mountain where that creek comes from is where the Sasquatch live. He said back in the 70s that they were logging up there, and they'd show up in the morning and the logging equipment had been thrown off down into the canyon there. Not a big canyon, just a little one for the creek, but deep and rocky and steep. So I decided my next day off, which was the following day, I was going to go up to the top of the mountain up here and see what I could find. And I had been up there years earlier. It had been a really long time since I'd made that hike, but I decided that's what my day off was going to be. So we went up probably mid-afternoon, me and my Gabby girl here. And we went up there about, I don't know, 3/4 of the way up. And there's a spot where the trail opened up to a nice view. And there's a good solid stump right there beside the trail. So we sat down. It's a good place for a break. And I started hearing this strange talking. And it was very bizarre. It was like gibberish almost. And I was thinking, you know, in the back of my head that I'm imagining every horror movie I'd ever seen where there's a woman out in the woods alone. And because at that point I had heard that Sasquatch could talk, but I didn't believe it. You know, I was still under the impression that they were just wildlife. And so I didn't think that's what I was hearing. And it got a little bit louder and a little more animated. And now I'm thinking, well, what is this? Is this German they're talking? We got some hunters up here that are German. What is this? Well, I'm thinking in case there's going to be some shooting or anything, I want them to know that I'm up there, but I don't really want to holler out and let them know that I'm female. So I got this bright idea. I got my knocking sticks out of my backpack, gave them a whack. Well, instantly it went silent. And then I thought, okay, well, they know I'm here and let's get going. So I put the stuff back in my backpack and I stood up, turned around, and right behind me, the vegetation was so thick you couldn't see more than a foot or two into it. And right there was this deep, grumbly grunt. And my first thought was bear. There's a bear here. We got to get moving. So we moved on up the trail, maybe another 10 minutes. We were up at the top. And I'm looking down into this canyon and it's all beautiful, a fantastic view. I got my sticks out and I did some knocks and absolutely nothing happened. I was a little disappointed. And so we decided to head back down, and it's getting a little late in the day. And we get back down to where the trail crosses a logging road. And at that point, the logging road has a really steep switchback you can go down, or the trail just cuts straight across and goes down. And I just opted for the steep stretch of trail. This very short stretch between the upper and lower sections of logging road. And I'm halfway down there, and it's been selectively logged in this place. So it's wide open. You can see clearly for a good distance. And right beside me on the trail, there's this really loud human whistle. and there's nobody there. And immediately at the bottom of the trail, down by the logging road, there's another whistle, and there's nobody down there. And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at Gabby, and she's looking at me, and it's like, well, it must be the elk. Elk can whistle. I've never heard them whistle like that before, but what else could it be? It must be the elk, right? So we get down to the road, and from that point, the trail is really rutted and steep. So I just went on down the logging road, and Gabby's walking ahead of me. And there's kind of a bend in the road, and she stops and looks back at me. Well, I know something's ahead, so I take a few more steps, and sure enough, there's a couple elk standing right there in the middle of the road. And okay, well, that's what it was. The whistling, it just must have been the elk. Okay, so go on down and around the next switchback, and I look up on the hillside, and there's the whole herd of elk up there. And it's like, oh, wow, there's the herd. Cool. So we keep walking, and I went maybe another 7,500 feet, and I hear this crashing behind me, and I turn and I look, and here comes the whole herd down across the road behind me and through the forest right beside me this way. And it's like, wow, there goes the elk. And then I saw it, and it was maybe a couple hundred feet back off the road facing me. And my first thought was, gorilla? We don't have gorillas. Oh, it's Bigfoot. And it for that split second, it was looking at me, but it was like when the connection was made that I realized what I was looking at, he turned and he just walked right off after the elk, and he never looked in my direction again. But he was behind the last yellow leaves of the vine maple bushes, so I could only see him from about mid chest up, and it was beautiful. He had long black wavy hair and very pale white skin, massive jaw, a very prominent brow, and above the brow there's no forehead. It just goes straight back like it's scooped out, and there's like these two bony ridges that went up on either side, and it was pretty gnarly looking. And when he turned sideways, you could see how those bony ridges just went up into this huge cone. And he just kind of kept walking after the elk, and in my head I'm thinking, okay, this is only going to last for a second. Absorb everything you can. So I just focused on the face and what I could. I just wanted to embed this in my memory. And then he's taken, like, at one point I'm realizing underneath the leaves, I can't see his feet and legs, but I that's something I'll think about later. And at one point it crossed my mind, should I be afraid? And then that went right out of my head. It was like, well, they've had all these years to get you. If they were going to do it, it would have happened a long time ago. And one more step and he'll be in the open and I'll see him fully. And he took one more step, and it was like he stepped behind an invisible curtain. He just wasn't there anymore. And I stood there for at least 10 minutes, just staring at that spot, trying to figure out what happened. And finally I took my eyes away and I looked down at Gabby, and she's standing right next to me, staring exactly where I was. She hadn't moved a muscle. So I know she saw what I saw. Well, then I realized it's getting late. The sun's starting to go down. We need to get going. So we get back to the cabin, and I sat here for 2 days just trying to wrap my head around what had happened. I was so excited that I had finally seen a Sasquatch, but how do you tell people you saw a Sasquatch and then it just vanished into thin air? That wasn't an option. I had never heard of cloaking. I had to figure this out. I went back up there every day for weeks, looking at the lay of the land, the angles, where he was, where I was. And finally I rationalized it into he had just dropped flat to the ground faster than my eyes could perceive, and he crawled away behind a rise of ground. And that's what happened. So at that point, I felt like I could talk about it, but fortunately, nobody really ever asked where he went. So I didn't have to deal with that very much. So it was about 6 months later going up there again. Well, okay. So this time I was at the store, and it was, slack season. There's nobody around. I had just vacuumed and mopped the entire store. The place is spotless. Nobody's been in there, all by myself. I go back behind the counter and I come back out, and there's a fortune cookie paper laying on the floor. And it's like, the heck? I just cleaned this whole store. Where did this come from? So I pick it up and I look, and it says climb a steep mountain, you will find great happiness at the top. All righty then. So the next day was my day off, and I decided I'm going to go back up to the top of the mountain. So Gabby and I started out about midday, and I got up to where the logging road starts climbing. And I thought, I can either take the logging road or the trail, or I could just bushwhack it this time. It says climb a steep mountain. Well, let's take the steep route, see what's there. I'd never been up that route before. So put the camera away, and we just started climbing, and got up to the spot where it came up to where the whistles had been, where that short stretch of trail between the logging road where we had been. We got up to, so that landing would be like there, and we came up this way just as we come over the edge, and on this side is where the trail was, where the whistles were. Just as we come up over that edge from the top of a tree right beside that trail, this huge black hairy creature explodes from the treetop, and I can see he's got his legs curled up, and he's like in a ball with one big long hairy arm reaching out, and he explodes out of the top of that tree. It kicks back, he hits the next tree, the top of it bends over, and these are like 65-foot, 70-foot trees. They're not little trees. So he hits the top of that when it bends over, snaps back, and at that point he kind of paused for a minute, and everything just shook and vibrated really hard right where he was at. And at that point, I really couldn't see him anymore, but I saw that tree react as he leaped from it to the next tree, and that tree bent over and snapped back, and then the next tree and the next tree. And I think it was probably 4 or 5 trees total that he jumped through, but I only ever saw him between the first 2. And at that point, we could hear where he hit the ground, and there were other individuals, and everybody was kind of taken back off up that canyon area up around the hillside. And so, okay, well, that was pretty cool. So we went on up for the rest of our hike, came back down, and there was nothing else. So the next morning, you want to go ahead and show that next picture, Brian?
Yeah. The tree one, right?
Yeah, it should be a broken tree.
Okay. This one? Is this where he jumped? Or is this something different?
Oh no, that's in the past. Okay, we can go ahead and go back to that one. That's where I had one jumping over the cabin way back when. That was about 15 years ago. I had a missing cat, and I went out in the woods to look for the cat, and I found a stick with a vine on it, a tree, little dead tree. So I brought it back, and I'm standing here in the yard pruning the branches off, and this black ball of hair drops out of the top of the tree, hits a limb, over the roof to another branch or another tree, drops down to another limb, back over the cabin to the corner of the porch roof, and was gone. And this was just a little ball of black hair. And at that time, I didn't know what it was I had seen. It had no tail, no wings or anything. And for years, I thought about that. And I always came back to baby Sasquatch, but it seemed ridiculous that I would have a baby Sasquatch in my yard. And where was mom? And so that was kind of an in-between thing. After the footprint that I found the first trip up the trail, and before seeing the big guy up there. Sorry, I forgot about that one. But go ahead and move to the next one here.
Okay. I just wanted to, by the way, if anybody wants to comment, any of you guys want to comment or ask questions or observations or whatever, please feel free. One thing I took away from your initial story was when they were throwing the equipment around, that seems like they were objecting to the logging or whatever. It reminds me of the Jerry Crew story. There must got to be something behind that.
Reminded me of that too. Well, Tom's that fellow that told me about that is one of Tom's neighbors now. So maybe he'll be able to get a little bit more of that information.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because it's their home, and if you're tearing it up and whatever and doing that kind of stuff, you would kind of expect that reaction. So I found that interesting.
It's not the logging they're objecting to; it was the roads. Okay. The logging will actually provide them more food, but it's the ingress into their territories that they have.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, there's a sketch I made of the big guy. That was following the elk. Okay, go ahead to the next one there.
He does have quite the cone head, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, that was amateur sketch, turned out pretty good. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to come back to this one because it's got its own story. I gotta
Yeah,
tell.
I'm sorry. I just put them in the order you sent them to me.
Sorry. I
they're
got my
messed up.
notes here, but I get to talk and then I get out of order on everything. And
Well, do you want to stop this and then
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about what you want to talk about, and then we'll
No,
come back to
I
the picture?
think the next picture is the one that I want next, and then we'll go back to this handprint. Okay, that's it right there. Okay.
Okay.
So after the day after I saw the Sasquatch jumping from treetop to treetop to treetop, I went back up the trail, and right beside the trail, I found this tree broken, and it's kind of hard to tell, but the whole top of the tree is hung up in these other trees. And well, I didn't see this happen, but I know that it happened the night after I saw a Sasquatch jumping through trees. So to me, this looks like, another tree that somebody jumped from and it just couldn't take the weight anymore.
Yeah, it snapped off here, right?
Yep.
And then just hanging up here. Yeah.
Okay, so you got the next two pictures. That one is a handprint, and then the next one, let's stop on the next one.
Okay.
Okay, so this was underneath the first tree that I saw the Sasquatch jump from. There were prints and tracks all over in the duff up there when I went back, because that's one of my rules, is that I don't put any pressure on them. If they're there, I observe, I'll talk to them, and then I walk away, and I'll go back later and look for stuff. So that's what I did here. Was I went back the next day. This is a 12-inch footprint, and I had sent some video that showed several other marks that were on the ground with this, but it didn't play very well. But I think, Brian, you said you were going to put those in the comments or something so people could see them. You
mean the audible stuff?
No, the video clip of it just didn't look good on our screen here.
Yeah. Well, anything you want me to put in the comments, and plus some of the audio stuff, which we can talk about, and then I'll show them later in the comments.
Well, I did have a little video clip of this that I sent you, so if you can put that.
Okay.
One
Yep.
And then people can go and see the tracks.
Right. I'm kind of blown away with how defined the outline of this is.
Yeah. Okay. So now notice how that big toe kind of sticks out sideways a little bit.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that's something that I've seen before with the younger ones. And I just speculating, but I think that probably helps them in the trees, with the climbing and stuff. Because the bigger
Barb,
don't seem to have that.
Blue here, who is Indigo's younger brother, I have called him Blue Big Toe, because his print, even up to now, that big toe is still prominent.
Really?
And
oh, wow.
I got those snow prints here yesterday, I think, and a young one who would be of that family group, but not a sibling, has that big toe like that too.
Wow.
So, and I'm sure it does help, when they're doing all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah.
I love that, seeing that big toe there.
Is
Me
this
too.
the only?
I'm always tickled when I see one.
Is this the only print that you got from this?
No. See, that's that video that I need you to post. That's the one good footprint that was there. Most of the rest of the prints were either hand prints or they weren't really clear enough to say what they were. They were just marks where the ground was damaged.
I guess this outline is just like, because it indicates the depth or whatever of it. Yeah. But it sure is intriguing. Yeah.
And that's just in the dry duff that was under the trees. That was nothing but needles.
Yeah.
And if that video, for folks at home, when you go to look at that, there's after you'll see me measure this print at 12 inches, you'll see me go forward, and there's another print on the ground that's just huge. And it's almost like the ground is bruised with a giant handprint. And then I'll go ahead and look forward again. And that's when you'll see the smaller handprint that came before this one.
You want me to go to the next
yeah,
picture?
go ahead and back up. Go ahead, back up. That's the smaller handprint.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot of that stuff on in that. It was kind of like a little bowl area between the upper and lower sections of road. So I think that it was just a very secluded place for him to be. And when it seems like over the years, whenever I go up the trail, that particular area, there's always something that happens there. You hear the sound of something jumping, hitting the ground, or something rushing off. I was up there one time in this same time frame that winter with Gabby, and we heard a commotion, and I looked just in time to see what I thought was like a large black hairy shoulder just kind of turn and move back into the trees. And then I walked over there, and there wasn't a single mark in the snow. So I wrote it off as, well, this couldn't possibly have been what I saw then. And, back then I was completely dumbfounded, because I was sure I had seen this big black shoulder, but I mean, the snow doesn't lie, right? So,
well, in their case, it can.
yeah. Well, now I know that. I didn't know that back then. Back then, I was not woo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and back up again, Brian, to that snow print.
The snow print.
One more.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay, so the story behind this one. This was a few months after I had seen the big guy following the elk up there. And one morning there was just a thin layer of snow. So I figured, well, let's go up and see what's going on. So we go up. There's nobody else's tracks in the snow. It was just me and Gabby were the first ones to go up. We got up to the logging road, and there was some coyote tracks. We followed those up, and I went up to the first spur road that I can take that and make a loop that'll bring me back through the woods and back to the cabin. So we went that way. At the edge of where a tree was kind of overhanging the road, there was like a bare patch of ground under the tree, where the snow just didn't hit, kind of making a circle. And at the edge of this circle, there was this handprint. And if you look closely, you can not only see the knuckle marks, but you can see like this crease right there. And so at first I didn't realize what I was looking at until I, looked a little closer, got some pictures. And then I went home and I tried to recreate that same handprint using my hand, and it wasn't possible. I couldn't, my hand was not shaped correctly to make that print.
Talking here?
No. I had done it at home on the,
okay.
I just used the porch railing. This was on the ground, but trying to recreate this, I couldn't do it. The outer edge of the hand, for one thing, is a lot longer than mine. I could never, even if I tried to get my wrist in there, I could never make it like that. So what I think happened was, I think that one of the individuals was just going from tree to tree to tree, came down that tree, walked over to the edge of the snow, just touched the snow, and went back up the tree. That was how I deciphered that back then. But, knowing what I know now, I don't necessarily think that the tree had to be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, to wrap up those early things, back in the day, I heard things like owls that growled. There was rocks would be thrown when we'd be out in the river. I used to go out looking for rocks in the river at night with my friend, and we'd have rocks thrown at us, and we'd ride it off to the elk. There were stick structures out here in the woods that I can remember telling people how concerning it was to me that there were these odd dry stick structures that were going to be a real hazard come fire season. that I didn't understand back then, but now it makes a lot more sense. So
What did
those
you-
were the, huh?
Excuse me, what did you think those stick structures were initially? Just
You
people
know,
making.
I was at a loss, you know, I'd stand there and look at them and I'd think, well, you know, maybe Mother Nature did this. Maybe local kids are doing this. You know, I really didn't know, but in no way did I ever connect that stuff to Sasquatch. You know, I think the only thing that I ever connected to the Sasquatch, I think, was the rocks being thrown in the river and maybe that owl that growled. Because I can remember a few times thinking, geez, I wonder if that's something a Sasquatch would do. We don't have any of those around here. If we had Sasquatches around here, I'd know about it. It's a small town. People talk. We don't have secrets here. Oh, well.
This past week, and a deal came out of New Mexico, where the Forest Service down there in the National Forest is warning people that they're going to start ticketing people for making those structures like that, with those teepee structures. That when they get caught, they're going to get ticketed.
Where's this, Tom?
Good luck with that.
in New Mexico, in National Forest in New Mexico.
Yeah, they should start ticketing those guys up there in BC where you are, Brian. All those structures.
Well, there's a funny story behind that, because, and just briefly, because the rangers used to take them down because you're not allowed to disturb anything off the forest floor, right? So they would take them down, and they'd find the next day they'd be up again, and like after big rainstorms and like inclement weather, and when the campgrounds or wherever they were finding them were closed. So they figured out pretty quick who was making them, especially the senior guys. So they just gave up. Yeah.
That would be an interesting disclosure. You know, New Mexico discloses Sasquatch by conservation.
But I will say people do make some of them. You know, we can't just put a blanket statement over all of them. I know people do make some of them, but undoubtedly Sasquatch do as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought, well, when we're not talking about specific pictures, we'd look at our beautiful faces here.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to move on to gifting.
Okay. Do you have a picture for that, or do you want to just talk about it for a bit?
Yeah, the first one up should be a peanut butter jar.
Alrighty. Well, there we go.
There it is.
Do you know
Okay.
there was a peanut butter jar that Randy Brisson left up here? They took I think it happened a couple times. I think it happened with me once too. They took every single, there was not even a brown in the jar. But they put the lid back on.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So I started gifting not too long after I saw the big guy following the elk. I didn't really have much guidance in any of this, you know, aside from a few people that I watched on YouTube. And I started going to some local meetings, and I learned about gifting that way and peanut butter and things like that. And so I started my own little gifting area out here, where first I just used, you know, some pretty rocks and like a salt lick, apples, you know, whatever I thought they might like. And jars of peanut butter for 6 months. Nothing was really touched that I couldn't say wasn't some other form of wildlife. I was using a milk crate that I put upside down over stuff with a big rock on top, so that if things were moved, it would be easier to rule out other wildlife, but mice and things still got in there. Eventually I started hanging things from a bucket, the way that they recommend for hikers to do to keep the wildlife out of your food. And that worked pretty well. So it was probably a full 6 months before anything really started happening at my gifting area. And even spinach from my garden, I would take it and make big bouquets of fresh spinach in a jar of water so that they would have fresh organic produce if they wanted it. But Nope, it was never touched. Even the elk didn't take it. So eventually, one day they opened the peanut butter jar.
That's my opinion of spinach as well.
I like it. Anyway, what they did, you can't tell from the angle on this picture, but instead of unscrewing it, they squeezed it. So the whole bottom half of that jar is flattened. And you can kind of see in the lid that there's peanut butter in the lid. So that's how they got it off. They squeezed it off and popped it off. And then they used a stick to dig it out. And yeah, so I found this about 20 feet from the gifting area where I had left it. And that really started something. After that, the peanut butter jars were always either empty right there or just gone. Mm-hmm. And we did all kinds of stuff. I put out bubble wrap. They took that. We found it on the far side of the creek with all the bubbles popped, but they only did it once. Kind of like us. It's fun.
I can just see the little guys popping those bubbles.
Yeah. And then I do things that, like to rule out homeless people. Like I'd leave brand new tarps and ropes and, things that anybody would want. And those things were never taken. I had glass jars that I would leave snacks in. Like I had, I think it was it peanut M&Ms and dried apricots that I left in a jar, and they took the lid off and all the candies were gone, but the dried apricots were all on the ground, and one of them had a bite out of it. They didn't like those. I had a blue glass mason jar that wound up, the lid was at my gifting area. The jar itself wound up a mile upriver and on the other side at Lee and Debbie's gifting area. So that was pretty cool. Let's see. So can we go back to the next picture?
Yeah, give me a second here.
Okay. So I'll start telling the stories about that one. So at one point it had been a while that I had been taking peanut butter jars out on a weekly basis, and I wasn't getting most of them back. And it was really bothering me that all these jars were going out to the woods and not coming back. So one day, Sam and I were walking up the trail and I hollered out. I was kind of half joking. I said, it'd be really nice if we could get some of these jars back. And, nothing happened. And, that was it. I forgot about it after that. And then the next day, Gabby and I were getting ready to head up the trail. And as I'm crossing the road from my driveway to the trail, 3 times this image flashed in my head of this spot downriver where I go in to go looking for rocks. And, it was such a surprise. I wasn't thinking about it or anything, just to have this image flashing in my head. I thought, what, let's go with it. So went on down river to this spot, and I got there and the trail kind of ends there. And I was a little bit annoyed. It's like, why am I here? The river's too high to go in looking for rocks. There's nowhere to go from here. This is just silly. I'm just going to bushwhack back to where we were going to go to begin with. So I turn and I go about 20 feet back into the woods. And right there, you can see this tree is kind of pushed over a little bit. And right in that little notch in the middle, there's an empty peanut butter jar. So they gave me back what I asked for.
And it looks like they cleaned it completely out, just like the ones up here.
Yep. And they had to partially push a tree over so that I would notice it. Yeah. So that was how they returned one of my peanut butter jars. And then after that, I think it was, I got to thinking, well, you know what, maybe if I could give them cheese. Cheese is protein. Cheese is yummy. And I could wrap that in wax paper and there would be, just something that would decompose and not leave trash in the forest. So I did that for 2 weeks. And then I went out one morning and I found a peanut butter jar wrapper laying in the driveway. And I thought, okay, well, I guess that means they want the peanut butter back. So we gave up on the cheese idea. But, okay, so go ahead and go to the next 2 pics there.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to try to check messages anymore because I got totally haywire with pictures.
Okay.
Here we
Okay, so this is an overripe pear. I used to take gifts out every week, and one week I didn't have much, but I had this pear that had been around for a little while. It was a little too soft, but what the heck, I took it out, and I went out and found it like this, where you can see where it's just starting to turn brown around the edges there. And go ahead and go to the next picture.
You caught me trying to sneak off to make coffee. I was there just putting my filter in, and I did next picture. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so this is the other side of that pear. You can see how fresh these marks are in it. So this individual had just been there and, decided the pear was a little too soft for them. And okay, so from there, are you coming back, Brian?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, okay. I was going to grind coffee, but I can't. I don't know where my mute button is because I can only see one person at a time.
I am pre-prepared.
Anyway, yeah, I won't worry about coffee. I'll have a glass of water.
Okay, so after I left that gifting area with the pear, I had another gifting area that I had started nearby, and I went there, and that's where I made a video of a empty peanut butter jar that was for a video from the day before. I just needed some extra footage. So I went back to where I was, and I panned back up the hill and back this way, and I posted the video, and my viewers found this. Go ahead back to that picture or the video, if you can get the video to play.
Which video was that? Number one?
The one with the one up on the hill with the peanut butter jar, or just the picture. They can go and find that video in the comments.
Well, okay, I was going to try to play all the videos together afterwards, but okay. I can try to look for it, but it's going to be a hit and miss.
Okay, well, just go ahead and put the picture up. I can explain it from the picture.
All right. There we go. Oh, that's not even the peanut butter jar.
No, go back. That was it. Keep going. There. Nope, you're going the wrong way. Other way.
Here?
Nope. I
thought we were talking peanut butter.
Different peanut butter jar. Other way. To keep going. There, right there. Okay, you see that stump up there, that little knob? When I panned around up on the hill, and a viewer caught this in my video, I didn't see it. So this was 20 minutes after the pear. I'm filming at my other gifting area a few hundred yards away, and this little knob up on the top of that stump dropped down so fast that you can barely see it move in slow motion. So it looks like it's a solid stump. Go ahead and just kind of go through the next pictures here.
Yeah. I just want to explain that when we go through the videos, you can revisit some of these stories too, okay?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because we've got this on video. It's just that I've got them like 1, 2, and I don't know which one's which, so.
Okay.
But we'll revisit them as we go through the videos too. There we go.
Okay. So that's zooming in on him up there on the hill. One more.
And I watched the video on this part right here, right, is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that part drops down.
You can when we watch the video later in the show, you'll see this totally disappears.
And it looks like it's a solid stump, right? But it's not. It's actually a root wad. We put a guy up there in a blue shirt, and you can see what's actually up there. Go ahead and go to the next one. So that's with a man up there in a shirt. So I think one more, a little closer. Yeah, so you can see that that's not actually a stump. So what was there was really big. The head that was up there was bigger than this man's head. And what was blacked out is now blue here. So that really gives you an idea of how big that individual was. And that's the same person, I'm sure, that was just at my other gifting area that just had that pear that left the marks a few minutes apart.
Barb, excuse me, did you say that entire stump was not a stump? Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
Well, okay. See the black part of it?
Yeah.
It's actually a root wad. It's not a
Okay.
stump. Yeah. So those are roots that are sticking up, and you can
Okay.
see
So
through them.
he's standing behind that
Yeah.
root, huh? Cool
Yep.
beans.
Pretty neat,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I saw the last time I saw one of my friends, and this is this supports what you're talking about here. I did see what I thought was a stump in the campground, and I look at it and I said that kind of looks like a Sasquatch, and I ignored it. Then I seen what looked like a head bobbing up and down, right? And I was still, because it was like dark and kind of like that fuzzy kind of dusk kind of thing. I still said, I don't know. And then I looked away, and then when I looked back, there was no stump there at all. Everything was gone. So
I have a story kind of like that coming up here.
do you? Awesome.
I do.
Barb,
Yeah.
Barb is a past master of disappearing stumps. I want you to know that.
Well, I had never seen it before until that one time, and it was like, well, I just thought I really appreciated how they can camouflage, because it had to be a Sasquatch, because it was total. There was nothing there, and
He was a stump.
it was a Sasquatch stump. Yeah. Where are we going here now?
Okay. Let's see. I think that about wraps up my gifting stuff that I was going to talk about. Go ahead to the next one. The next one is a trail cam pic.
That's cool. I love this. That's
Isn't that
amazing.
something?
Well, whoa.
So my dad and his wife Juanita had been living down in Texas, and they had just come back up here and had their trailer parked here at my cabin. And Juanita had a place in Texas, a deer feeding station with a trail cam on it. So she'd been digging around, found that trail cam, and she didn't tell anybody. She just kind of came out and put it on the backside of their trailer, just propped it up on a board facing the creek. And Sandy came up that morning, and it was maybe 20 minutes later, she hollers at us that this was on the pic. This had just been taken in that 20 minutes that it was out there. There was a picture of my dad walking by, and then there was this. And, you can see the golden brownish hair along one side, and then the way that it's just completely warped in the rest of the picture. Now, see, that's just so strange how one side of the picture can be completely clear and the other side completely warped. So strange. Okay, so
I've seen that too. Yeah, that is weird.
I have too.
I've got pictures with this kind of effect too, and that's energy caused, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Like it's just inside the bubble of energy or something.
Yes, it is. And it's in these type of pictures, you look at it, and for whatever reason, you've got that perfect showing of the body there with the beautiful hair. And, then you've got this other thing that swirling around is how it appears. It's just that energetic movement. And I'm seeing more and more of this with people's photos. It's I don't know if people discounted their photos when they would get something like this, and they go, "Oh, that just messed up," and delete it or whatever. But now, people are really getting a lot of this energy markers in different kinds of photos too. So to me, that's the coolest part. I mean, I like his hair and stuff, but to me, to see that energy there is just so cool.
Yeah.
It is, and you're right, Arla, because I had a guy comment in the group. I think it was in the group that until he saw some of the photos that I posted and my explanation for them or whatever, he was discarding them and thinking it was just like the camera was screwed up or whatever. But yeah, no. And this is pretty well undeniable what this is. I mean, look at it. That's
Yep.
that's a great photo.
It's almost like a cross-cut view of the energy bubble. You know, where
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Sue saw one walk by, and there was like a trail of images of the individual, and it was distorted and whatever. It's almost like this guy's walking by, and then this is what he's leaving in his wake or something, almost. You know?
I think when people
Hey,
get
just
these
travel
when
with
people
it.
get these pictures, that you got to take it as a gift. They're showing you something. It's a teaching. It's a gift because, like Brian's got maybe 7,000 pictures, and only about 5 or 10 of them are this dramatic. So it's like a rare gift that they're giving you. It's a big wow factor for sure.
Yeah.
I have a way of thinking that all of my experiences with them are gifts. All of the pictures and the videos, the experiences, everything every interaction with them is a gift. And it's a beautiful gift, and it's something to be cherished and shared. And
Yeah. A gift and a teaching. And usually a teaching too.
yeah, and as you look back over time, there's so many different layers and levels of information that are in these experiences.
Yeah.
Things
Right.
that I didn't catch it the first time around. You look back and you see, oh, now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from my experiences, and not about me, but you would probably say the same thing from our experiences and things we've witnessed and experienced. We found out that they can shapeshift. We found out that they can mind speak. I mean, everything we find out so much information about them. We find out that time is not linear. All of these lessons are garnered from these experiences, right? Or
Yeah.
downloads too, but a lot has to do with the experiences, and that's beautiful stuff.
It sure is.
Well, one of the things I've learned through the years of experience with them is that some of the things they do seems really simple, but it is so multi-layered on, you just, and like you were saying, you go again and you go, oh, if I had a nickel for every time I said, oh, I'd be a very wealthy woman.
You'd be
But
buried in hills.
I love that because it actually helps me. But that's the most awesome thing in the world, to know that we've experienced those things, and in the sharing of what we experience helps other people. It helps them when they have experiences that they're denying or not understanding, or whatever. So every time something's shared, multiple people benefit when we don't even know
Yeah.
that those people have benefit from that.
Yeah, like lifts, for instance, it can have a complete different meaning for different people. Even if it's left for you, they're so what you said, or so
multi-layered.
Yeah.
that it can actually be a message for another whole person that's totally unrelated to what it means for you when they look at it, and it can apply to them directly, kind of thing. It's amazing how that works. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, going back to that picture with the energy that we just looked at, when I had my incident where the three of them walked up around me, one of the things I was shown from that was that toroidal field that is around them, the torus that goes around them, that's their energy field. And that's one of the ways that they cloak. They use that to reflect the light off of it. And when you're in that, because when the three of them came up close to me and I was within their three energy fields, that was all love. That was like, when I was standing there in that, that's when I was like, whoa, like, what is this?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's that same thing of when Kashima hid me that time. We all I said was, "Can you hide me?" And boop, he hid me. Now I wouldn't have known that I couldn't be seen actually when I was there with him unless the wild turkeys hadn't been there. So I knew at that point, and even on the inside with him or in that field, I was still me. Because that was the first thing I did. I got to touch every part of me. Am I real? And I'm looking at him, and he's the same, and I'm the same, but my feet were not touching the ground. I was not attached to the earth,
Wow.
and neither was he.
Wow. Wow.
So it's
Pretty cool.
totally within that, like what Sam was saying. And I just love it that they choose to show themselves in that game cam and the field too. That's
Mhm.
just way cool.
That's one amazing picture. Has anybody ever I had an experience once? I wonder if anyone's experienced this. I was in the exact area where I got my RE, my wonderful RE picture, and there was an individual right beside me, and I could feel and hear the crackling of energy, like electricity or something. Anybody experience that?
Mm.
Yeah, I have that on my audio recorder.
Yep, I do too. I've got a zzz in one of
Yep.
my recordings where they were right there from years ago.
Go back
I
to
never have-
go back to what Sam was talking about. He had these 3 Sasquatch came around just to give him a love zap, and that always reminds me of the Hindu saying is Satchitanand, right? Truth, consciousness, and bliss. The truth is the consciousness of bliss, and this is like one of the highest gifts that they can give. That's the highest teaching that it is. If you're in that feeling of that love, that is the truth. Right. And
Right.
that's what a teaching, what a gift for all of us. Right. And what does it say about them? When there's another Hindu saying that says, who is better, the giver or the gift? So if they're giving you the gift of truth and bliss, who are they?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that energy field originates from their heart space too.
Yeah.
That's where
Yeah.
it comes from.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So beautiful.
Mm.
I'm going to mute myself so I can make some coffee. Did you want to go back to my picture
Well,
or
while you
something?
make coffee, while we're on that same picture, Brian, I have a little story to tell about it.
Yeah, well,
So go get your coffee.
take your time.
Okay.
Because every time I walk away, I mean, nobody wants me to say anything until I want to do something. And then it's like I have to run back.
Why didn't you make coffee in advance?
I did, but I need another cup.
Oh,
Didn't you know? Didn't you get the notice? We're all supposed to start asking for you the minute you disappear from your.
this is the Pork and Bean Show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pre-prepared.
Okay, so you want to go? I'm going to go back to that picture you guys talk about. Just don't think about me like you normally
Brian,
do.
you're our role model. You're our role model for a talk show host.
Well, I mean, hey, what can I say?
You're supposed to be putting up a picture, right? Which picture do you want him to put
Well,
up there?
go back to that trail cam picture because I have a story to go with it.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So when this happened, I was so excited about it. I have a friend that was living just down the road and across down by the White River here, and I wanted to share this with her. So I went down there and I was so excited. I said, I got to show you this picture. And she is so excited. She says, I got to tell you what happened. And it's like, we're both so excited to tell the other one. Well, I listened to her first, and her story was she was watching a movie in her RV, and she felt a breeze coming through the window that was a little too cold. So she got up, was going to close the window, and she stood up and turned around and found herself face to face with this Sasquatch, a young one. And it had hair exactly the same color. That's what you see here in the picture. And she said, I mean, their faces are literally inches apart, and she's looking into his eyes, and she said he had hazel eyes, And she said they looked at each other for, I don't know how long it was, but it seemed like a very long time. But she said that while she was looking in his eyes, it felt like she was looking into the universe. And
Wow.
That is just so cool.
yeah,
Wow.
and then it dropped away and was gone. So when here I show up with this picture going, look at this. And she's like, it's that color, which is also cool because all the Sasquatches I've ever seen here were black.
So
So
you validated each other's.
we did.
Yep. That's what you
Yep.
did. You validated each other.
Yeah. So the way I see it, they were like, hey, we're going to give her this awesome experience, but we're
Yep.
going to go over here and make sure that she can validate it for her. And we're going to give you the picture and we're going to go
Yep.
over here where we can validate that for you. So get it
That
all.
is just, that's so cool.
So this was in 2014, just a couple of weeks before the cloaker event. So that was early September, and then the cloaker event was the middle of September, and that was our second group camp out. Now, Brian, you asked me about how these campouts, how they got started a little while ago. Well, that was really all Sandy's idea. She had been coming up here on a regular basis and gifting with me. She had her own gifting area here out in the woods. And she got to thinking, well, you know, we need to get some equipment. We need a thermal camera. We need parabolic mics. We need to be able to get this stuff. So let's have some campouts and we can invite people that want to have these experiences, and we'll, you know, feed them good food, and we'll be able to collect enough money to buy the things that we need for research, and we'll have this group that we can put it all together and use it in. And it was just like this brilliant idea. It's like, yeah, let's do that. So we got online and started taking applications. And I think our first camp out, there was maybe only 6 of us. And, you know, we were at a great location just up the highway here a few miles, and we had great experiences. During the first camp out, I had gone, we were kind of on a slightly not level slope that dropped down over a bank into the riverbed that was overgrown. And on the far side of the riverbed was where the water was flowing, but there were trees and things that were growing on our side. And I had gone down over that edge and put some apples under a tree. And then I took a glow stick and put it up as far as I could reach. I grabbed a limb and I hung the glow stick up there. So I go back up, we're sitting around the fire. There's the 6 of us, and we're sitting there looking at the glow stick, and the glow stick just disappears. And it's like, where'd it go? Can anybody else see it? We're all kind of like this, back and forth, you know, no, where'd it go? Okay, well, I guess it fell off the tree or something. So a little while later, I get up and I walk down the slope to where our kitchen area was, and I looked over, well, there's the glow stick. It's there again. It came back on. Okay, that's just so strange. So the next day I went down there and looked, and yeah, there was a glow stick there, or there was, the apples were there. They hadn't been touched. And so I was going to put a new glow stick up, and it was weird because when I hung that one, I mean, I really had to reach up there to bring down a branch to put it on. And now I'm like, I don't really have to reach so far to get the old one. Okay, well, I got that off, and this time it's like, wow, I really got to reach to get the next limb up. So I reached up and I grabbed it and I pulled it down, and then this other limb comes flying out from around that was pinned back behind a little tree beside it and smacks me right across the face. So what they had done was they had reached through the tree, grabbed that light stick, pulled it back. I think when it disappeared was when it was in their hand. That limb got pinned behind the tree beside it, and then they checked out the light stick and then put it back where they thought I had put it, but it was actually on the limb that was pinned back. So that was our experience at our very first camp out. That was so cool, just right there with us. And then the second camp out was in September when we had the cloaker event happen. And you know, I was a little bit worried, you know, thinking, you know, here we've got all these people here, and what if nothing happens? I don't want, you know, we had somebody that had flown up from California, and you know, I didn't want people to go home disappointed. I was worried. I went up the trail about a half an hour before we had this scheduled little tour we were going to do. I just wanted to go up and check my gifting area. So I'd gone up, come back down. I met everybody here at the cabin. I think there were 9 of us. We started walking up the trail. And there's a spot where we separated. My dad, his wife, and Lee, another lady, had gone up and just sat on some logs on the main trail. And the rest of us cut off into the woods where, if you're back now, Brian, you go ahead, put a picture up. But
The next picture?
Next picture. We got to where there was this broken tree. I was basically just giving a tour of structures and broken trees and things is all I was doing. And then that's it. We were standing there looking at this. And from that point, Sandy had a gifting area farther back in the woods. So she continued, she left us at that point, went back to check her stuff. So I don't know if we can get it to play. We were going to do the cloaker video at this point. Are you going to do that later?
Well, yeah. Can we revisit all of these stories? I mean, you can talk about them and then we can kind of revisit them, because
we'll
I've got the videos all lined up. Like I'd have to go to the pictures and I'd have to find the specific video, and
we'll come back to it.
It'd be a circus. So we'll just go through the videos as they show up.
Okay, so I'll just tell everybody real quick what happened after this. While we were standing there, I had my camera on attached to my walking stick. And, I wasn't actively recording anything. It was on just, in case there were sounds or something happened, it was just handy and on and recording. And I didn't have a lot of storage space back then. I was still using my iPod 4. So I would record for about 5 minutes. And if nothing happened, then I would delete and turn it back on and record for another 5 minutes. So that was how I did that then. And even the one lady's husband got so tired of me doing this that he said after the camp out, he was going to send me a new camera so we didn't have to deal with it anymore. But that's how it was back then. So I'm standing there, we're talking about this. And then all of a sudden, about 80 feet in front of me, I see this individual pop up. He's got covered in black hair, no neck. He's just domed head straight down to shoulders. He just pops up in front of me behind this log and he takes off running. And he's all arms and legs and hair flying in the breeze. And he's mowing stuff over. And then he's just gone. And I'm like, did you see that? And, of course, nobody else was facing the direction I was except for Claudia. And she saw something, but it didn't match what I saw. And that confused me for a long time. It wasn't until just this last few months that I finally figured out why what she saw and what I saw didn't match. It's because we were looking in 2 different places and there was more than one individual.
They can also show 2 different people witnessing the same thing, totally different things.
Well, see, we went back and see, at this point, I still was not a woo person. I had heard of woo things, but I just wasn't going there. I had paranormal interests such as ghosts and things, but that never crossed over to Sasquatch for me. They were still flesh and blood. So later on that night, we got back to camp and I knew the camera was on, but I didn't know if it had caught anything or not. So I'm sitting there by the fire and I turn on the iPod and I go to that video clip and I see this little blur in the background. And it's like, well, what is that? And, I'm looking at my little screen here. And so somebody went and got their computer out and we put it on that. And at that point, it's like, well, this is Hollywood stuff. That's the Predator. I can't do that on my iPod. What the heck is going on here? So then we went and we put it on my dad's motorhome. He had a big screen TV in there. So we pulled that out, put it on there. And it was like, well, at that point, I just kind of sat there and cried for a little while because I had never even imagined that the woo stuff was real. And here it was right in my face. There was no denying what I was seeing there. And so we went back the next day and we found, first we tried to debunk what was in the video and there was literally nothing there. There was a horizontal log and you could see where it looks like this individual jumps down or drops down on the front side of it, and what I saw came up on the back side of it. And there's nothing on the front side of it to account for what I saw. So we go to the other side of it, and that's where the first good footprint was, I think, was from the individual that I saw when he jumped up and he turned and he went this way. The first step he took going that way left a really good indentation right beside a log. And then from there, you could just kind of see the marks that he left as he continued over these other logs and the little trees and bushes. And then there was like this hole between some downed logs, and that's where it ended. I think that's where he jumped into. And that's why we couldn't see him anymore. And the people on the trail didn't see him go their way. He just was gone from there. So I think that's where he went. But there was also a second set of tracks that went straight back. And I'm sure that's the individual that Claudia saw. The first one of those went through a little cluster of trees. And if you look at Thinker Thunker's analysis, he shows in the background these trees that kind of go like this. Well, that was that individual that was in those trees going straight back, pushed off of them, pushed them back, left that print that was about that far down into the mud. And then he circled back and around this other pile, and you could see his trackway. And it was an incredible amount of distance between the marks he made on the ground. He was really moving fast. And I think there's a couple of spots in the video where I think you can get a glimpse of his head as he moved back and around.
Yeah, and we're going to watch all these. We're going to watch all these videos in a bit, so we'll revisit all this.
So then, that's another thing that I just figured out here a few weeks ago was there's a flash of light just before the cloaker event happens, and that was something I wasn't into. I mean, I knew about orbs and lights, but I thought they were ghosts. So I think if this was something that wasn't caught back then, I just blew it off because I just assumed that it was, just a sunlight that happened to hit just the tip of a stick, which is kind of silly to think about now. But well, when we get to the videos, I'll show you more about that. But so after this happened, about 2 weeks later, coming home one night, coming across the bridge, I saw some eyes looking at me over a pile of gravel that gets spread when it's icy. And so I came back into the cabin and I got the thermal camera and I just walked out onto the road and looked down that way. Well, that's when I see these two individuals that are triangular shaped. They're squatted down, no neck. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, well, what is that? Because I really don't have enough detail to identify them. And then all of a sudden there's a third one comes walking out, and it's a little triangle. Oh, got to back up. During the cloaker event, after that, Juanita was sitting on the trail, and she looked across when she heard the commotion. She saw a little baby, a little black monkey, she said, came down the tree and went into the woods right across from her. So that was another individual, the third one, during the cloaker event. So when I had the thermal camera out and I saw the two with the little tiny one come out, suddenly I know, oh my gosh, now I know what I'm looking at. It's them. So I'm trying to take pictures and I'm trying to get the thing to record. And of course the buttons don't want to work, and the camera was heavy. So at one point I just kind of dropped it down to switch hands and I came back up and they were gone. So I didn't get to see them leave. But I do have a little bit of footage, but unfortunately it's really not clear enough that if you didn't know what it was, you would never go, oh, that's a Sasquatch. So it's not that great. But so anyway, that's what I got to say about the cloaker. Any questions?
Well, I've seen the same thing. I've seen the predator thing, so that's good confirmation.
When I first saw that, I thought this has got to be the first time ever caught on camera an actual cloaker, and I think I don't know if for sure, but I think it is one of the first times that it was caught that well. I've seen a few other cloak stills, but that was amazing.
Hey, Barb.
Oh yeah.
Quick question. And you may have already said this, but I missed it. Were you in the Blue Mountains when you got the cloaker, or was that one near White Pass?
No, that was right here in Greenwater, just a couple 100 yards out from my cabin.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, just north of Mount Rainier. And yeah, it It was really something. I walk past the flagging every day that I go up the trail, and I look over and go, yep, that was right there. Oh, I got a charge here. Hold on. I'm all prepared for this too. I have right there. So we are not gonna run out of juice.
How many years have you been doing your campouts now, Barb?
That was 2014. Yeah, so this is 10 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you pretty well had experiences virtually at every campout that you guys have held, have you not?
Yeah, why is this not working? Yeah, starting at that first one with there were other things that happened too, but that glow stick that was taken, the second camp out was the cloaker event happened, and there were other things that happened too. It's just that was that outshined everything else. After that, we started doing 2 a year, I think, and then we added our trip to the Blues. In 2015 is when I went to the Blue Mountains for the first time, and that's when the whole woo thing kind of became cemented for me. I was supposed to be going to the Bigfoot community group camp out and Tom's camp out at the same time. And fortunately, it worked out that they both took place at the same location. So that was really handy. That was where I saw the glowing eyes for the first time. That was undeniable. Right there in camp. Robin and another lady were standing right in front of me. We were getting ready to go for a walk, and right over their shoulder, two huge almond-shaped red eyes just turned on and were looking at me and turned back off. And it happened again a couple nights later, just right there. I mean, not even 6 feet from me, right behind them. And then at one point we were going down to this lower campsite and sitting in a circle facing outward, looking for eye shine and sparkles and things. And the whole group had gone down there, and I realized Sam wasn't with us. So I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to miss out on anything. And I went back up to the guard station to tell her what we were doing. She was in there having a conversation with Tom. So I said, well, we're down here. Come on down and join us. And as I'm walking back down to where everybody was, it's completely pitch black underneath the trees. And I'm walking down the driveway, and I look over toward where my tent is, and probably a good 12 feet in the air, there's two tennis ball sized red eyes looking at me. And what do? I don't stop and say hello. I just keep quiet. I said, I'm going to go down and sit down here with everybody and look for eye shine. And I kept walking. I've always, I didn't stop and say hello, but that was when it became cemented to me that the woo was real and that these things happen. There was a lot of stuff that happened at that camp out, and I came home a full believer. Yeah.
Barb, tell them about the next year in the Blue Mountains.
Oh, at Tucannon?
Yeah, Tucannon and
well,
the guard station as well.
Well, the next year we wanted to go back, but the place that we couldn't get wasn't available. And you know what? I need to pause for a minute here and see why this isn't charging. Hold on a second. I don't want everything to just die here. I need just a second here. I might have to do something different, because this is not working the way I had planned on it.
In that 2016 at Tucannon, we had Bob with us.
Yep.
And that was a camp out to reckon with all by itself, just because Bob was there. But we had gifts left right in our camp. Nancy Allen had the most beautiful straw structure left for her that you've ever seen in your life. I had straw glyphs left on the porch of the guard station where I was sleeping. And it just was one thing after another the whole time we were there. We just, and then we went up the mountain.
Okay, keep telling him, Tom. I'll be right back.
All right. We went up to Godman and just a day trip there. And Sandy and a young man from St. Louis was there. And they decided to walk down this little road. Well, they had an eyeball to eyeball sighting down there. But he came back, he saw this hiker with this dog. And then we came back and we were talking about it. There's no trail where his hiker and dog were. So they decided to do a reenactment to put people in the place. It turned out his hiker was like 8 feet tall, had to be seen where he was, to be seen over the branches. And near as we can figure is the hiker was the adult and his dog was the juvenile that was traveling along with him. But it wasn't until after the demonstration that he realized what he'd seen.
Yeah.
And that was just,
There was a hiker.
yeah,
There wasn't even a
that was just one, and that was just one sighting there. We had, Peter had a sighting at night there. Yeah, that was a fantastic time there.
Yeah, the things they can cloak into are just only limited by their imagination. I've seen them in human form. Beef Wellington's seen them in human form. This story talks about that. So, yeah, amazing.
There's another customary activity in the Blue Mountains. It's the most beautiful sunsets in the world up there. It's because the sun setting down over the desert, and you're on the ridge up 5,800 feet on the top of that ridge, looking down across the desert. And I know some of you won't understand desert in Washington, but it's there. And you can pick that up from there, Barb. Tell that story.
Okay. Well, we actually have a picture of one of those sunsets coming up. Go ahead and go back to the pictures, Brian.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, okay, real quick. This is just a glyph. You can't really tell. Underneath, I had made a B and G glyph and put it on the mossy spot out here by the creek. And a couple days later, this big X was placed over the top of it. And I thought that was really neat, considering that I hadn't even told anybody I put it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and to the next picture there. I want to get caught up with what Tom was talking about here. Oh, okay. We'll get there. This rock is something that, okay, that B and G glyph with the X on it. I wanted to start being able to communicate with glyphs and learn better. And I just discovered being out in the woods, I was really struggling to tell the difference between forest debris and what was really a glyph. So here in the yard at my cabin, I was cleaning up the storm debris and I was going down to bare ground. I was getting every single stick, and I was telling them while I was doing it, I said, I want to learn about glyphs, but I need a clean slate. So I'm getting every single thing off the ground. It's going to be completely bare, and I will know what is and what isn't. Well, I had been working between the creek and the cabin here and burning sticks and things. And the fire got a little big. So I came in for a couple of minutes and I went right back out. and there was this rock with yellow paint on the ground right there where I had been working. And I kept looking at that thinking, well, where the heck did that come from? And I stepped over it maybe 3 times before finally I picked it up and went, oh, that's not paint. That's gold. So I got out the metal detector and it set off the metal detector, and my dad took it and he had it tested, and it's pure gold on that rock. So that was the gift they gave me when I told them I needed a clean slate to learn about glyphs. So
Wow.
go ahead to the next one there. There we go. So that's the sunset from the blues that Tom was talking about, how phenomenal they are over there. And this is kind of right up there on the top of the hill. The experiences that we have in that place are just off the charts. It is so cool. The interactions, when they do things over there, they don't just give you an experience. It's deliberate and it's intended for everybody to experience. And just in case not everybody's paying attention, they're going to go back and do it again, you know, because the first time was just to get your attention. So go ahead and go to the next one.
I was just going to ask you, Sue and I are signed up for the blue campout, aren't we? Are we?
You are, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Awesome.
We are going to this place.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah.
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 It's got a
Cool.
magic zone over there.
And there's an old guy that'd like you to pick him up on your way there.
Is that a structure in the foreground? Is that like a little structure?
Nope.
It looks like a tent.
Oh, right there. No, I don't think so. There's a barn and a campsite that are right there. I think that might be like a place to put some hay for the horses.
Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, there's a watering trough and stuff right beside. Okay, so when I got back from that first trip to the Blues, I went up the trail and I told them all about it. And it was, you know, I was so excited. You know, I don't know if anybody's up the trail hearing me or not. I just kind of assume they are. So we were up there for about 20 minutes and I came back and this was stuck in the handle of my car door. So I guess they liked hearing about it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so one of the things that we did, let's see, would have been 2018, I think it was. In 2018, one night to see the beautiful sunset, right at dusk, the group, as a group, went up over the hillside where there was the best view. And everybody stood there and watched the beautiful sunset. And then the sun went down and somebody turned around and looked at the hill behind them and went, oh, there's a Sasquatch. So everybody look, go ahead, go to the next picture there, Brian. That's everybody. Yeah. And everybody, we're trying to figure out where the Sasquatch was, how big it was. We had Mitch up there on the hill at the time. I wish I had sent you the picture, but the footprints that he left in the grass were about that long.
Mhm.
He walked across the hillside and then turned around and walked back. And so it was very deliberate. Little side story that was kind of funny. You see Rob there, you know, he's a Santa Claus in the holiday season. So he keeps his beard going year round. And after this experience where they all looked at the Sasquatch up on the hill, there were 2 girls that had a camp up on the top of that hill right behind where he had been. So what does Rob do? He goes up there and he doesn't even say anything. He just goes up, pops his head into these girls' tent and says, did the Sasquatch come this way? Just imagine Santa Claus coming in.
Well, I hope they had their Christmas list ready.
So anyway, but yeah, so that was cool. So then later that night, we're sitting around the fire and, you know, we're deep in conversation. And then there's a stick snap, which I think it was Courtney. You see Courtney here with the purple shirt. It got her attention and she got our attention and paused the conversation. Well, then as soon as everybody stops talking, we hear another stick snap in the other direction. So we all turn around to look, and the other stick snap made us look up and see the great big, giant white orb floating through the trees. And so he kind of paused behind this cluster of trees. I'll go ahead to the next picture and it'll kind of show the route there. I took.
Well, you're bossy.
Sorry. Please go to the next picture.
There you go. That was nice. Okay.
So this is where we were sitting there looking up. This is the daytime, but at night you can see that was how he kind of went through the trees, and he just paused for the longest time behind this one little cluster. And it's like, well, we could still see he was there. So I don't know if he was like watching us or what, but then he eventually kind of just slowly drifted out, and he got into the open over the spring and just was gone just so fast. And then, so that was another one of those intentional things that we never would know there without the stick breaks, and he took plenty of time to make sure we all had a good look. And, so that was the night after the group sighting. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Next picture.
Amazing.
Turn the
Or you want to stop pictures for a bit and talk?
Well, it's your show.
Well, no, I mean, do you want to? No, it's actually your show.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, I'm ready to keep moving. I got more to go here, so I still got 3 more pages. So
yeah, we can talk at the end for a little bit if you want.
Okay.
And we got to get through those videos too, which are pretty amazing.
Yeah, they're cool. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I just want to say real quick, the Blue Mountains that you guys go to. Sorry, I met my teacher in the very southwest area of the Blue Mountains, and like all the pictures that I'm seeing from there are very reminiscent of where I met her. And that area is so beautiful.
It really is. Yep.
Yeah, and when you sit up on the ridge, it's just like what Tom says. You look over desert for as far as you can see, just desert. It's really cool. Yeah.
I can't wait to go back.
The energy there is amazing, and once you've been, you got to go again. It's like, yeah, I got to do this again. So,
yep.
I'm getting energy just talking about it.
I know, I'm getting shivers.
Somebody's giving me some energy. So what's this? Is this for Gabby?
Yeah, this was when Gabby passed away. We had a memorial for her at the cabin, and people from all over the world sent stones to put on her grave. And it was beautiful. Sandy and I went out and we picked fall foliage and decorated the yard. We had bouquets everywhere with these brightly colorful leaves and ferns and things, and it was really beautiful. And then a couple of days later, I discovered that the little bridge that's out here in front of the cabin, the signposts on it had been decorated also with leaves. So they had used the vine maple leaves, and this particular sign right here, they had stuffed the stem in, and you can kind of make out right there where the metal is actually pinched around the stem. And that stem was there for over 2 years. And every single time I drove by, I would see that. And it was so heartwarming and so comforting to me that lasted for so long. It was just this last spring, the last stem finally broke off and is no longer visible. But,
that's why I get, I wouldn't say annoyed, but I get sad, disappointed with people who think of them as monsters, and they just don't get the beautiful side of these people, because like you, Barb, I've had, like when my mother passed and whatever, they did the same kind of thing, and they're really compassionate, and they really support the people that they love. I mean, they're we talk about humanity, our humanity, as if it's some kind of noble thing, like you know what I mean, and but they exhibit more of the noble traits of humanity that we talk about than we do. I mean, they never fail to support us, and show their love in situations like this. I just love it.
It's beautiful. It just kills me when I talk to them about being monsters. They don't have
no,
what you're talking about.
no.
No, not at all. Do you want to move on? You got some more
That-
pictures, right?
That steel
I
and
think
that
from that,
sign.
we're gonna go to video because that's when I got to tell you about Goldie.
But I think there was another picture. Oh, okay. There were some more pictures.
I think we're gonna do more of that in video.
Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Well, we can come back to the pictures.
Yeah.
If you want.
Well, I think we'll cover that again with the video. I have video showing all the leaves when they were first put up. So.
Okay. You guys talk amongst yourself while I try to this up. Say something smart.
That steel in that sign was bent, and those were brand new reflectors on there, and that's 12 gauge steel, and it was bent.
Yeah.
So
yeah, really pinched around a leaf.
Yeah.
Mental. Yeah.
You know, this thing with the monsters, that has to do with the person who's having the experience and actually nothing to do with themselves. It has to do where the person is in their life, what their belief of them is. And the whole thing, it's just misunderstanding their nature. And because they are big, they are loud, you know, and they leave these giant footprints, and people go, oh my God, how big is this? And so those people have that opportunity to let go of that and grow. You didn't have so much of a problem. And I really like hearing stories about people who don't have all this huge fear factor of things. And it goes so much easier for them to bring them from this is a flesh and blood primate hiding in the woods to, oh my gosh, did they just do that?
Yeah.
You know, and you didn't go run off screaming or anything else, or oh my God, they're trying to get me, or you know, whatever. You came along with them. And I think that was a purpose, though. That was a purpose that was going to be something that you, hopefully, through your campouts and the things that you do, bring people along in a much gentler, more understanding way.
Absolutely.
I think
it's
so
amazing.
too. I agree.
All part of Buddy's big plan.
Yeah.
All these experiences are open to, and it depends on how the individual where they are and their interpretation. One experience can be like beautiful. My friends are here. I love it. And some other guy will be saying it was going to rip my head off. And
I barely made it alive.
Yeah. And I've had that experience with many people. And sometimes when I talk about those stories and things about, here's this large, hairy, bipedal being that's right behind this huge cedar tree. And the guy next to me is freaking out because he thinks it's trying to get him. And I'm just like, oh, wow, this is so cool. You know, it's exactly the same thing.
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, his perception was totally different than how I understood them. And so that's where this monster thing comes from in people. It's just a total misunderstanding of what their nature is and where the person is, in their learning process too.
Absolutely.
I can't tell you how many interviews that I've had with people telling me their story, talking about how absolutely terrified they were, how petrified they couldn't move, and all it was doing was standing there looking at them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the ones that made it out of the woods alive. But if they really wanted to get you, you wouldn't be here telling the story.
Oh yeah. That used to kill me when I first came into the Bigfoot research world of people. I'm not a researcher, but I came into that group was, oh, I locked my door and he was rattling that door and trying to get in, but he couldn't get in. And it's like, if he wanted in, he wouldn't even have to unlock the door. He would just be in there with you. But, so
Yeah.
Oh,
If he really wanted to get in, he'd walk right through the wall or
yeah, he would be
materialize right in front of you.
Yeah. How'd you get in here? Well, so, but yeah, and it's all about our learning, and that's what we're hopefully doing is helping people to get past that.
That's what I tell people.
Yep.
The first thing you have to do if you want a relationship is lose the fear. You've got to do the things that are necessary to be able to face them without fear. Because fear is one thing they can't work through.
Yeah, they won't teach you beyond your fear level.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Work with you beyond your fear level.
And I do think that some of them do, in fact, want to scare people. And I think they do that as a gift. You know what I mean? Because people are walking, you know what stress is? Stress is actually fear of something, an unknown fear, a fear of the unknown or whatever. That's stress. You walk around stressed out all the time over imaginary stuff. So Sasquatch just kind of say, well, yeah, you're stressed out over imaginary stuff. How about being stressed out over something real? And so then there's a real thing there. Now you have all of your fear that you've been living with your whole life is focused on one thing, and it's real. So they're doing you a favor, because if you can get over that, then you're a lot, then you can live your life pretty much fearless after that.
Yeah, like if you want something to be scared about, I'll give you something to be scared about. But they'll also scare you to get a laugh out of you
here
at your expense. Because I've been scared just so they can get a laugh out of me. Just get a nice little jump scare in there. The little ones especially are good at that.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Juveniles and young adolescents. But who gets in more trouble in any species than adolescent kids?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I've been in
Except for
trouble.
little bud, right, Tom? He's perfectly well behaved.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You go now. I go too.
Yeah.
It's fun to see somebody jump. It really is.
Yeah. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me, Arla, you'll remember this. Camp one morning, I think it was 2016 or 2015. Early in the morning camp, Jonathan was by the fire, and there was one behind I think it was behind your tent actually, that screamed "hey" really loud. And everybody in camp started laughing.
Yeah.
Because it was just "hey," and then everyone's like, "What was that?"
I've heard that exact "hey," and as a matter of fact, it was little bud. It was little bud doing it. Hey, and then and that was when I had my conversation with him about stealing my hockey card, and then he confirmed it. That was a funny story, but anyway, that's another time.
I don't know whether you know it or not, but you got an elk stuck in your wall.
That is Elvis. I did not shoot him. I saved him. He was going to be trashed, and I said, "Oh no!" And so I brought him home, and he takes up his name. That's Elvis the elk.
Elvis, okay.
So yeah, he's kind of the guardian in here of the wood pile for the wood box. Keep us warm. So
should we get into some videos now? I mean, we can all after.
I got a couple more things to talk about before we get to the videos.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as you don't make me go back to the pictures, because I got the video all.
Oh, well, I'm going to need those pictures.
Right now? Well, wait a minute. I told you.
Don't you remember that pre-show thing we did for like 2 hours to get you ready?
Like we prepped to make sure the show would go smooth.
I distinctly said, "Can we go to the videos now? We'll come back to the pictures later because it's a process."
Okay, if that's what you're prepped for, let's go with it.
Well, I can do it that way. If you want the pictures first, but
You forgot who you were prepping.
Do you want to do the videos now that I got them going, or do you want to go pictures?
Oh, I think the universe made it happen.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, let's do some videos. And if you want me to pause it or whatever in any places, just let me know.
All right. Well, right now we're caught up to when Goldie was born. So, okay. Oh, hey, this is a cool one.
Okay, so I'll start playing it.
On the hill with the stump. So this is okay. Now see that right there? You see the stump? Okay, this
I saw it move. I just saw it go down.
Yep.
And it drops away.
Watch up in this area, and that stump, you see just before it zooms off, you see that little lump or whatever, it disappears, right?
Yep. It just drops down, and it does it so fast, even in slow motion.
Oh, hang on. Okay.
Here we go.
There it is.
Here it is.
Yep.
Right here. See, it's gone.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we
it again,
person up there,
it's just in a loop, so it keeps doing it. So here it is. Here it is. There it is. It's gone.
Yeah,
that's pretty compelling.
It's down.
Isn't that cool? And he's gone.
Just stuck down.
Root wad. So whoever's up there is big and black enough to make that look like a stump.
You know what? That was very similar to my experience. Like I said, when I saw the stump, I thought it was a stump, and the head was bobbing up and down, except the whole stump disappeared. But that's pretty compelling.
Yeah, you can literally see that head go down like that.
It's fast, but you can it's gone.
Yeah, it's just gone.
So and that was just what 20 minutes and a couple 100 yards from where that pair was with the mark. So
okay, we're on to the next one.
We're at the cloaker video here. So this is the original footage, and you're going to want to look back in the corner, kind of there behind that branch. No, over a little. No, over a little farther to the left. It's kind of hard to see when it's.
I see it right here.
Yeah, right there. Tree, right beside the tree there, back in
right
there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys see it?
And then there's
put your mouse over it.
Right in here. There it goes.
Yeah, right in there.
Right in here.
And then I think the next clip will show it zoomed in and
there it goes. Yeah. There's definitely something going on there. Go to the next clip.
Go to the next clip.
Hey, this is working out better than I thought.
Okay, so this one is zoomed in, so you can get a closer.
Oh wow! Look at that, right there.
You know, of all the that's been done on this, Sam was the first person to come up with that the cloaker is actually two individuals, and I think she's onto something there. I think that it's not necessarily one individual that you see there, but two that drop down together.
Could be.
Yeah.
Why does she think that? Because you see two black things that look like heads?
Yeah. What I saw didn't have a neck. And for this to be one individual, it would clearly have a neck. And so I think that there were actually two that were right there that dropped down.
Pause it. So she's saying this is a head and this is a head?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's been a lot.
Or it could be a shoulder, maybe this one, but then the head's kind of up high, so I don't know.
There are other things in here, and everybody, there's been a lot of analysis done on this, and pretty much everybody that's done an analysis finds something new in there that I didn't see before. So, I don't know that we'll ever really know exactly what was there that day, other than, just by what I actually saw with my own eyes. But I mean, going from this video clip, there are so many things that are in there. I just discovered something a few weeks ago that, back when this happened, remember, I was not a woo person. So there were things that I didn't really acknowledge. So go ahead and go to the next clip and I'll show you one of those things that
I was just going to ask, what did Arla and Tom, what were your nicknames and the derogatory nicknames you guys had?
I was the Pope and she was the high priestess of woo.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to ask because you guys always been at this for 70 years and you've been at it for 60 plus. I wanted to ask what the Pope and the high priestess thought of this video. Do you have any comments on it before we move on?
Oh, I think analysis did dead on. I think Barbara's done a beautiful job with it. I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
And I think Barb's totally correct. And there are other things in this, but that's very typical when they do something like this.
Yeah.
You are going to see other things. You're going to see other, what I call primal beings, possibly in something like this. So, woo, of course, I was woo when woo wasn't cool. But, but I've always been woo. I've been woo for probably 73 years. So, it's not really anything different. But I remember when Barb put this in our International Primal People group, and I'd put up a photo quite a while before that of one, what I call transitioning, going from the physical to not being able to be seen. But this right here, for my feeling, for Barb, it was like, okay, we're going to show you something that's undeniable. And here's the door. Now, are you going to walk through it? Are you going to begin to understand that this is a real thing? I mean, what else would slap you in the face but something like this?
Yeah.
Well,
Sasquatch vanished in front of me, and that wasn't enough. Yeah. So I didn't actually accept that Sasquatch had cloaked until I had this video, know?
Yeah. And they do that too. They affirm to you. I know so many times through my life when I've had an experience or I've talked with them about something, there's always a validation to it. When it gets to this level of understanding, you'll get a validation in what you're doing. They don't just throw you out there and leave you hanging. Now, they might for a while, but at some point, it's going to be, and it's totally up to the human. Okay, I see it. I see it.
That's so true, Arla. That's
in
so
my
true.
case, other people have put the label on it. All I know is that weird stuff happened. Okay.
It does.
I was tracking on a trackway, got out in the middle of a field, a snowy field, and the track stopped. There ain't no way short of flying that's going to happen. I'm a fair tracker. I can trail an animal. I once backtracked an elk to where he was born. No, not quite that far, but but the point is, these things happened. So, and then when you try to talk about them, you get the Craig Henrys of the world who label you a wild-eyed heretic, and
or the Pope, or the
Pope, or right,
whatever.
Who cares? Who cares?
I know.
The fact that they don't
Water off
understand.
and back.
Yeah, it does.
The fact they don't know enough to understand, haven't had the experience. That means nothing to us.
No.
I mean, I just look at it now like, hey, if it makes you happy, and then go for it, because I really don't give a rat's ass what they think.
Well, when they
I couldn't care less.
When they call the people that listen to me feeble-minded, that does bother me.
Yeah. I agreed perfectly with what you said, Arla. It is so much my experience, and I think with just about anybody who's actively being taught by these people, that would be their experience, is that, yeah, they show you any kind of, when you have a thought or something come up, and quite often those thoughts are placed in your head, and there's already buzzing my head off right now.
Oh yeah.
When you they will show you in an amazing way, like Barb got with this video. They will always, the lesson is coming at some point.
Okay,
Just like
you're going to have to excuse
Or
me for a few
early.
minutes. It's my dinner time, and if I miss it, I'll get back in trouble like I did yesterday. So
Well, we'll
I will
probably
be back in.
I think we're going to be around for a while, so if we're
All
here,
right.
come on back, Tom.
Right.
I was going to say, just to collaborate this what we saw here, like I said briefly before, remember the place where we went and we camped out for one night, Arla? When you came up here, we went way back.
Up by when we hiked up.
Yeah. Well, that place, actually, I think it might have been the next little beach area. It might have been another kilometer, which is like about 3/4 of a mile further along the trail, but it was in that same area. I was camping there all by myself. I had some amazing experiences there when I was doing that all by myself. But like I said, I saw them in the predator form walking all around me, and like it was like semi-transparent, and like it was watery. Their insides or whatever, or it looked watery and kind of shimmery. So I know they can do this, and this is just a beautiful confirmation of that, this video.
Well, energy is just that, energy, and can be in any form that is chosen. What I love about this was it gives people a chance to look at it and say, okay, I'm seeing something. I don't know what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing something. So if anything, it gets them to think. And and you have the people, and there was people who said, oh this isn't, she's nuts, or whatever.
A squirrel,
But
it's proven to be
but the thing is, it makes them think. Some of the people will think, and even those who deny it, it's already in their mind. It's already there. That seed is planted. And who knows where they'll go from this for their own experience, and they have something to look back at and go, wait a minute, I did see something like this. And so that's where it's so important to share things, whether people think you're crazy or not. I mean, it's immaterial to me what they think. I don't judge myself by what anybody thinks, of who I am or what I share. At the Richland conference, I had one guy tell me I was out of order. I was the speaker, and he told me I was out of order. So I just, continued to be out of order, I guess. So, but that seed was planted. So whether I was out of order to him or not, that seed was planted. And if he had an experience, or someone he knew and trusted had an experience, then that seed can go, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important for those who are having experiences and things happen to share them, and to know that, there are so many now that support people in that sharing.
Yeah. This next video is a close-up of that, what we just looked at, is it not, Barb?
It is. Okay. So this is an example of something that I discovered years down the line. Not that this wasn't ever pointed out back then. It's just back.
Oh,
a woo
that's amazing.
person. So if you look at the tip of this branch, you'll see that there's a light flare just before the event happens in the back. I used to think that that light flare was just the tip of that branch with a bit of sun getting on it, which, now is just kind
No.
of silly because there's
No.
no sun through on anything else.
And, just to the left of that branch, you can definitely see something going down.
Yeah, but you
That's
see,
amazing.
it's about the light flare. You see, there's a flare.
Right in here,
Yep.
right here. Yeah, we'll just keep looping it around every time.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's on the tip of that little branch, but it's not. It's in the background, and then it's just right after that light flare that the event happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one mischievous squirrel, isn't it?
But see, back then I knew that there were strange lights in the woods, but I thought they were ghosts. So this isn't something that I would have acknowledged as being part of a Sasquatch video, even if it's cloaking, because, well, I wasn't woo yet. So
that is so cool. That is so cool to see the light and then the beam drop down. There's a lot of information there.
Yeah.
The world with woo in it is a better world than a world with no woo. And
Man, for sure,
yeah.
Michael.
it's a better world.
You don't. If you want to learn about Sasquatch, it starts with the woo, because that's really what they're all about. It starts with accepting the woo and then examining it, because with not saying this in a disrespectful way, but just look at the guys who are totally in the flesh and blood ape camp. You can hear them talking, and then 10 years later you hear them talking, and they're saying the same damn thing, and they haven't grown at all, and it's sad.
The only growth they make is their resentment toward the woo people.
What I like is the imaginary. They say about woo, right, that it's not real, but then they have imaginary scientists that they're trying to prove Sasquatch to. And nobody knows who these imaginary scientists are. None of them, and they've never seen one, but they believe in them. What is science going to say if we come up with the woo?
I saw a saying today about actually it was Sue told me, or actually I saw it on her feed, and I came up with something. I modified it. It was talking about something about science, and I was thinking, I trust the science, I just don't trust the scientists.
Yeah. Well, I think active science isn't like a stagnant thing. It's supposed to be continuing and growing. You don't pick one thing
and changing.
Yeah.
Well, if the funding isn't supporting that hypothesis, though, there's no growth. Right? So it's just ass backwards, let's face it.
Yeah.
Okay, have we seen this enough?
We have.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one.
Hey, I gotta run, you guys. I gotta go into work.
Okay, thanks for stopping by there, Sloppy Joe.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
I thought it was Sloopy.
Yeah.
Sloopy. All right, bye.
Sloopy Joe.
Bye. Love you guys.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Love you.
Love you.
Okay, where are we now?
I need to kind of go back to the pictures for a few minutes.
Really? We got like 3. Okay.
I know, but okay.
Okay, no. That's fine. That's fine.
It's not your show, man.
Okay.
Serve. You have to serve. Serve without complaints.
I'm going to stop the share. I'm going to go back and do the pictures again. Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Say something though while I'm.
Okay, so let's get started on where I'm going next. Okay, so we're skip ahead. We talked about Gabby passing away, and the forest pulled the universe. I'm not sure who's responsible, but somebody gave me a precious new baby. The story behind.
I'm right there.
Okay, so there's a fellow that I was working with at the store, and he has a dog who was going to have puppies. And I had, Gabby passed away in October, and it was probably in December that it started coming into my head that I needed a gold dog. I wasn't thinking about replacing Gabby yet or anything. It just kind of came to me that I needed a gold dog. And I'd never had a gold dog before. I'd had different colors of dogs, different kinds of dogs, but I'd never had a gold one. And how many more dogs am I going to have in this lifetime? I should have a gold dog. Well, then when the guy at work told me that his dog was pregnant, it was like, well, I kind of want a collie shepherd mix. And he said, oh, well, that's perfect. Mom is an Australian shepherd and a border collie. And I'm like, well, Brad wants lab. Well, that's even better. Dad's a lab. All right, well, this might work, but I don't know. I'm thinking I want a gold dog. Well, then the day comes that all these puppies are born, and he has 11 puppies. 9 survived. They're all brown and black, or brown and or black and gray with spots, and none of them are gold. Well, Mom had her puppies, and they let her outside to go potty. And as he was letting her back in, he heard this little squeaky sound that caught his attention. And I know where they live. They live in a literally a log cabin with a big, heavy wood door, and there was 5 feet of snow outside at the time. Tiny little sound caught his attention as he goes in the. He goes out and he finds an old puppy in the snow. So in that she was there nursing. They had rocks. There were multiple sightings around the Sasquatch were hanging there all night, a lot of nights. And yeah, she was meant to be. She was meant to come and be my little precious pup.
No.
And not that she replaces Gabby, but she sure does take a lot of the pain away. And she fixed me. She's my little preciousness. So
Yeah.
I picked her up when she was 7 weeks old, and we went straight to our first camp out of the year here at Greenwater. And we had one of her litter mates was there, Raven, the little black puppy, who they just had a fine time together, and everybody loved them. And then one night, my friend Heidi this was her first camp out. And me and her had been friends for 30 years, but we hadn't really talked in a long time. So at the back behind the group, kind of a big open campsite, and we both had our tents back there. Hers was across from mine. And we'd been in her tent visiting for probably 2 hours. And in that time, we were hearing footsteps running all around the outside of the tents, which is pretty common at this location. Well, Goldie, being a 7-week-old puppy, wakes up from her nap, and it's like, okay, well, she's got to go outside right now. And being 2:30 in the morning, it was time to call it a night. So we go out, and I walked across to my tent, and I went behind my car, and I squatted down to pee. And my first thought I'm thinking is, I'll bet they're watching me right now. So I go in, and it doesn't take me not even 5 minutes to get into my cot. And Goldie, she goes straight down into the foot of my sleeping bag, and she goes to sleep. I reach over and I turn off the lantern. And the second I turn off the lantern, there is this brilliant white light, lights up the whole front of my tent. It is so bright that it makes the rain fly disappear. And it's, go ahead to the next picture here. Okay, that's my tent. And this is a demonstration photo of what I saw, but it was outlining a individual with head, arms, legs, the whole works was lit up on the front of my tent. And my first thought was, I knew they were watching me pee. I just knew it. So then the light shifts, and it's like it goes up, and this individual runs off. And then it looks like there's like hands, like a big shadow hand. Well, then I realized, okay, it's the light had gone up into the trees, and it's shining down branches. That's what the shadow is. Well, then the light shifts again, and it goes down into the lower corner, and it's just very dim. And at that point, in the air over my cot, inside the tent, a portal opens to about this big, and then back down, just open, closed. And I'm just laying there looking at this like, oh my God, did that just happen? And a view into somebody's living room somewhere. And it was like a rustic brick with 2 brown couches on either side. Nothing fancy. I don't know if it was a different time or it wasn't a place I recognized. There was no chair, just this fireplace and the couches, but it was I think to me, it was just their way of saying, we can do this, just showing me that it could be done.
Yeah.
And then what happened after that? Oh, after that, because it just like all in one motion, just open and closed. And I'm laying there and I'm just looking at the darkness in the tent, and I can see the silvery mist is like spinning around in the top of my tent, and it starts forming these faces. And then it would spin around and it would make another face and spin around and make another face. And I had seen something like this before at this same campground. In my eyes, when I was trying to go to sleep, where the faces kept changing to the point where I was telling myself, I'm never going to get to sleep at this rate. But I could still see those faces clear as day. And they were the same faces that was forming in that mist in the top of my ceiling. And I eventually just fell asleep laying there watching these faces shift.
Yeah.
So
were you sold on the woo at that point?
Yeah. I feel really bad for anybody that happens to who isn't already sold on the woo.
I think that's real important what you just said. This thing about a portal opening and you're seeing into somebody's living room, and to me that means that there was the Sasquatch physical body may have been looking in through the window of somebody's living room, at the same time projecting it to you. That's like a bilocation kind of thing. And there's a lot of stories that explains, like people hearing the sound of a train, up in the mountains when there's no railroad tracks for 50 miles away, or any number of things that they do where they're able to be in two locations at the same time and project information across who knows what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it says to me too, and this is something I tell people all the time when they talk about, oh, I don't want to go to that area. There's a portal there, or you can't go there because there's a portal there and you might get stuck in it or whatever. A portal does not have to have a particular place. There are places that are more conducive to it, but a portal can open anywhere. I have a portal in my kitchen, believe it or not. And that's been proven many times that exists in there. And you're saying this is in your tent. It just opened up. It didn't have a particular place to do this. It did that because of your connection of energy, either with the land, it happens, or with them, like Michael was saying, they can actually show you things somewhere else and they open up that and it's just there. So portals are anywhere and everywhere. And it's
I know
the energy that opens.
I know when Tom used to still camp, I know he used to, I believe in it because I saw a portal potty. He used to carry it.
Oh, you're still Brian. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Is that something that goes from one dimension into another?
Well, I don't know. I didn't go anywhere near that dimension.
And I had to get back for that, huh?
Yeah. That's a beautiful story with Goldie.
You're talking about Smedley, though. He was important.
Who's Smedley?
My porta potty.
Oh, a portal potty.
You named it, Tom.
And you thought I was
Yes,
weird.
you never.
No, I know you're weird. I don't think you're weird. I know you're weird.
Good for you, Kevin. Oh, I'm sorry, Beefy.
Hey, you got your name changed back. I got to correct that.
Yeah, my computer died right in the middle, and I had to try and with my phone, and nothing is set up. So, but I made it. So here I am.
Good.
This is fantastic. Excellent, Barb. You are an amazing guest.
Okay, what happened after that, Barb?
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and skip back to a story over in the blues now. Something
Need some
that's
pictures back?
well, yeah.
No, it's just that it's just that I switch them off so people can see us too. And then I can go back. Okay.
Okay, so let's go to that next picture. It should be like a forest view. Nope, next one.
Maybe it was back.
Okay, so this is a place we call Kelly's Corner. And it got its name. Nope, go back. Not ready for that yet. Well, that's nice. We can leave it there.
Right here?
So that's what. Okay, so this is over at our favorite place to go to in the blues. And one of our campers, Kelly, had gone for a drive one afternoon. And she came back. She said that she had turned around at this intersection. And when she did it, she looked over and there was a little tree with a little Sasquatch in it. So we went back to this location, which was just a couple miles down the road from where we were camping. And I found the trackway coming up through the grass and the weeds coming up to the tree that she pointed out to us. Well, that was really cool. Well, while we were searching the area, we found firewood farther back up there by the trees at the far end in here. So we went back to camp and we got Brad's truck and we were going to go get firewood for camp. So go ahead and switch to the next one.
What, the glyph?
Yeah. So while we're looking around, this is just before we got the firewood. While we're looking around, I'm pretty sure Kathy Blount was the first one to spot this. It was right there on a rock, right? This road, it kind of dead ends right there. It's gated off, and right on the other side of that gate was a rock, and this was sitting on it. And it's like, wow, that is so cool, because we're here because there was a little Sasquatch in the tree. So we took pictures. And then we went back up the hill, maybe 150, 200 feet away to where we were loading the firewood. And we got the truck loaded up and we're standing there. And all of a sudden I had my back to it, but I heard it. Everybody else saw it. One of the big trees right behind us where we'd been getting wood, another little Sasquatch jumps out of the tree, takes off over the bank. And my husband was there, and he's not a Bigfoot guy, but Kathy tells me she walked past him as he was shaking his head going, it was a Sasquatch. It was a bear. Sasquatch, bear. So he's trying to rationalize this. But so anyway, we have another sighting of a juvenile in the tree at this location just after we find this glyph. So we go back to document the second Sasquatch in the tree. So go ahead and go to the next one here.
I just wanted to say something quickly about this. Just on, notice how it goes under and over.
Yep.
There's some really strange winds that just randomly blew that together, isn't there?
Yeah. Looks like he's stepping over a log or a branch or something, like a big limb.
Or sitting on a limb, yeah.
And notice there's an A here. I know it doesn't mean RE probably in this instance, but it's consistent.
Well, it does.
Well, I mean, RE. I mean, it could. I mean, it's possible.
Layer of information.
That's it.
No.
But I always get a kick out of these guys who say it just felt like that. Well, they're obviously not looking, because that's impossible.
Yeah,
that's literally impossible. Anyway.
Next picture.
I was way ahead of you, Beef.
Standing, I just loaded all that wood in, and it was just right behind me where he jumped down out of the tree. And then okay, we can come back to the video later if you want to just skip ahead now.
Okay.
Okay.
Do that. We'll do that.
Okay.
You want to go back to now? I got to remember which one I was on.
Right there.
I got to try to remember which one I was on now.
Told you yesterday to number them or something. You didn't? Did you?
Well, I did, but I can't remember what number I left off with.
Oh, man. Well, poke around. It's okay.
Hang on a
You're
minute.
doing
You
good.
guys,
You're actually
okay.
doing good because it's hard
Okay.
to do.
I'm
So
doing all right. I'm doing all right.
praise to you for
Well,
doing a good job.
that I'll
There
tell
we
you.
go. There we go. Okay, I got it. Go ahead, Barb.
Okay, so okay, we're going to the video. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Okay, so what happened was we went back to document the little Sasquatch jumping out of the tree. Okay, and we did that, and I posted the video when I got home. Oh, nope. That's
What? Isn't this the one?
Nope.
Well, this is the next one in line.
Okay, well, you know what? We'll just catch up with videos for now. So this is Jack, the day that we found all the leaves in the signs after Gabby died, and they were decorated. If you want to go ahead and play that.
That's beautiful. Just beautiful. What a
Yeah.
see that just speaks of their heart. Yeah, monsters indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
That's the one where the metal is actually pinched around it.
Yeah.
And that one there just had a hole that it was in. And then this one here, that one was also pinched in between the wood and the metal.
Now, is there any significance to this specific spot as far as Gabby goes, or
That's
just
right in front of my cabin. It's
okay? Fair enough.
yeah. That would to Gabby, that would have been part of her yard.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What a beautiful sentiment. Yeah.
Oh, it still just gets me.
Of course. Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you want to move on?
Okay, yeah. So let's go ahead.
We'll go to number 6. Okay.
Okay, this is right after that when we got the firewood. Everybody walked up there, something jumped out of the walked up there and was looking around. We went back the next day to document that little Sasquatch had jumped out of the tree. So one, the next video clip here.
Next one.
Next one, yeah.
I think this is the one I like.
Well, you didn't like the other ones?
Well, I like them all, but I really
I'm
like
joking.
this one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
look at that. Look at right here.
Yeah, so
Gonna be-
Rob kind of standing there watching, and you see where Sandy is. That's where the one jumped out of the tree the day before. So we came back to document it. And I did, and I went home and I posted this video, and this was another one where my viewers found this. And if you look closely, let's see right there. Okay, there's a little arm is going to jump down. While we were documenting the second Sasquatch jumping out of a tree, we caught a third Sasquatch jumping out of the tree. Just the hand and arm, though. So you'll see Rob kind of look back that way. He kind of heard something, and then he looks back at Sandy, and then you'll see the arm just come down there. And then I believe the next video clip is zoomed in on that spot so you can see it better.
Okay.
But I've also had people try to tell me this is also a squirrel.
That's a
Yeah,
long
I don't
squirrel.
think so. Oh, you know what? I don't think we have the next one. Maybe. Okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Yep,
That's it for videos.
oh, is it?
there it is. I saw
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Oh, there should be a zoomed in on it.
Maybe I screwed up.
It actually happens twice, I think. Once it up high, a little bit higher, and once a little bit lower.
Yeah, it kind of come down and then back up as though he went down and up when he
Well,
jumped.
I mean, it's undeniable. Let's just
Yeah.
pause it.
There it is.
It's right. Everybody look right here.
Yeah.
See the arm. I mean, there it is. Yeah.
I like that.
Cool.
Sorry, my dog, guys. I'm
That's
gonna try
pretty
and
wild.
Amy face. Malibu.
You sure you don't have one more video? I thought I sent you one of it zoomed in on that hand.
Well, I could go and, well,
This
Well-
this one is slowed down though, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
This-
no, you know what? Let me punch on this again. Unless it's this one. No,
no.
I mean, I could look in chat and try to put it
Oh,
up
you know
there.
what? We'll post it in the comments, and that way everybody can go and get a better look at
Yeah, but
it.
it's the same thing. It's just the arm, like,
Yeah, it's just a zoom.
I mean, we can see it so clearly. I mean,
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
if you're good with it, I'm good. So,
okay.
all
You
right.
want to go
then-
back to pictures, or you want to?
Yep, let's go back to pictures, and that should about wrap us up.
Well, unless we want to, I wanted to talk about a few things though with you.
Oh, no,
after.
no, I mean, as far as I mean, the pictures, I don't think I have any more videos lined up for you to play for me to finish. I can finish with pictures.
Okay.
Oh. Then
Let me
we could,
let me just go back and get these pictures up again.
okay.
Okay, see where we left off here. Okay.
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 The good coming up.
And just a FYI, when anybody that's listening watches that video of the little arm, there's other things going on in that, which are really cool.
Yeah. Okay, so this was the year that we went back, 2019, I believe. This is the year after the arm when we went back to document that at our regular campsite. One of the things that Kathy Blount had noticed at night was the sound of a plucking, like something was being picked right outside of her tent. So the next morning she got up and looked, and you can kind of see on the ground here, there's some plants that had been pulled up. This is one of them. Well, we discovered that they had been sitting there just over the edge where they could watch us and pick the avalanche lilies to snack on them. You see that long white root? Well, that's kind of like a really mild onion. We tried them. They're pretty good. But there was a whole patch of them that had been picked, and just the leaves and the stems were still laying there right just over by Kathy's tent. So I got to thinking, well, if they're just sitting here and snacking while they're watching us, what other viewpoints do we have around here? So I walked around camp and just over the edge on the other side, I found another spot where there was also a cluster where they had been sitting and just picking the lilies and snacking on them. Well, at that point, we got everybody together and we kind of made a grid through the whole area. And the only places where we found them picked were from vantage points where they could sit and watch us. It's like where Rob had his truck and camp set up, there was a little cluster of trees, and they had spent the most amount of time there. I think there was a whole pile of little stems behind the tree where they had just sat there and snacked while they were watching Rob.
Well, Rob takes more watching than most people, but anyway.
But yeah, so there were several points around camp, and every place was from a vantage point where these had been.
Rob, you can see twice as good as most people.
Go ahead. There should be a couple more pictures of the avalanche lilies here.
And don't tell him that, because he looks pretty tough.
He's a sweetheart. He's Santa Claus.
True. But even Santa Claus has a bad day.
Now you know what Santa Claus does summertime.
So those are some of the ones that were on the ground next to by Kathy's tent. You can see they were just pulled up. The leaves aren't damaged. I mean, other than they were aging there on the ground. But yeah, they're literally pulled out of the ground, undamaged, and they eat the stem and then just leave the plant there. So go ahead and see what the next one is here. Should be more of the avalanche lilies. Oh, go back one.
It's the same one.
Oh,
I guess
it.
I missed one. I guess.
That's fine. I was going to show you in one of these, and I didn't see it at the time. Once again, it was found by one of my viewers after I posted the video. There's a small footprint in one of the pictures of the lilies that shows the toes and everything right there beside where the cluster of them had left.
there's one in this picture. Look to the right. I don't know, between the leaf and the right edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the one that was in that other picture it showed a footprint about so big with all the toes. It was a very print. Yeah.
You know, that doesn't surprise me because quite often when they leave stuff like this, they will leave you that one track
Marker. Mm-hmm.
just to verify that it was them that did it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my experience a lot. And usually because I'm just looking at the glyphs or whatever and other things, Tom usually has to point it out to me unless it's pretty obvious. But yeah, that's something that they definitely do. They will leave, proof positive that they did that. And one of the things that they've done with me a whole lot that I don't miss because it's just like right in my face is quite often they will leave a beautiful track right by a really significant glyph, and it's kind of, and what do we call those, Tom?
I don't remember what just identifiers, just signatures, basically.
We had a name for it, but anyway, yeah, like a really nice glyph, and quite often they're big and bulky and blocky and whatever. And then there's a track right there. That's happened a number of times. So that speaks to them just, like, yeah, it was me who did it or whatever, or just confirming that they're around or whatever. And that seems to be the case with these, Barb.
Malibu.
There is so much natural food in that area. Barb, you remember that all the wild carrots we found there, and the wild onions are just everywhere. There's natural food around there, but those were pretty significant.
What are we looking at here?
Okay, so this turned up on my window, on my bedroom window here a couple of years ago. I was sitting here having my coffee one morning and I looked over and went, there's fingerprints. And outside. And you can see there's a tree outside the window, which makes that spot particularly hard to reach. So those are still there. I can look over. I've washed the window around them several times now. Yeah. So that's they still come around the cabin on a regular basis, and always they have a way of always letting me know when they're around. They're that. So go ahead. Next one.
When you say a regular basis, do you mean like weekly, monthly, like daily?
I would say on an average about at least once a month there's a sign, some kind of sign that either I'll hear something or I'll find something. They'll put something on the porch or marks on the window like that. I'd say very rarely does more than a month go by without some kind of sign from them.
Cool.
Yeah.
There they are.
Yeah. Aren't those neat?
Very nice. Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is going to show a little bit of continuity. Oh, nope. Okay, well, this is British Columbia. Oh, back up. Is there one more to back up to?
No, just that one. Sorry.
Okay. I thought
I failed again.
It's okay. That's okay. Okay. Well, just real quick, the avalanche lilies, I was going to show you that I have lilies of the valley in a little flower bed at my house. And this last spring, I discovered that they had been pulled up and the plants left on the ground. There were 3 of them side by side in the exact same fashion as the avalanche lilies that we found over in the blues. Mm-hmm. And so to me, that's a sign that, okay, not only do the forest people that are here in Greenwater like these 2, but they're aware that I found the ones over in the blues, and not only that, but there were 3 of them. And we'll come on to that too, because I believe there's 3 that hang out with me here more than the rest.
You had a picture, I think it's coming up, of 3 sticks. Is that related to this?
We're going to get to that too. That's part of the
That's coming up, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
Do you feel that represents 3 individuals?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I would think so too. Okay, so you want to talk about?
Okay, so this is when we went up and we're hanging out at your area, Brian. This was right. We were in the group area, and this turned up one morning just not far from my tent, just kind of back behind it. That was one of the most active experiences we've had outside of Greenwater or the Blues, where we had campers that were up all night because they had run-bys. They were playing this. I had one night, it was like they had taken a stick or something and were pushing it underneath my tent. I had pushed through the tent wall against my leg, and they pushed through the back tent wall, pushed my pillow up against the top of my head. It was really awesome.
You know what I found was the best thing that they did, in my opinion, for you anyway, is that you when you came there, you had just lost your mother, and you were still having well, you never get over our pets, but you were still kind of in mourning about Gabby or whatever. And I think that this clan really lifted you up and really supported you.
They did.
Yeah. And with George and the owl and just
for a few hours, and I had a sighting. When we were just sitting there in the main campground, I look up and I look across, and there's a big black figure just moving through the trees out across the road. And they said goodbye to me too. When I was leaving, I pulled up to the intersection, and right across from me, there's a big leaf maple tree, and all the leaves start shaking really hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the things I really loved is Kevin really got his eyes opened there too. I mean, he wasn't totally sold on the woo and the magic and all the stuff that we've experienced. But do you remember when George flew off the ground and Kevin was watching him? And George was watching you, the owl. George is an owl, for about all day, pretty much, wasn't he? All afternoon.
Entire afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, and Kevin saw him on the ground, and then he suddenly flew up, straight up. And when Kevin walked over there, he saw RE's signature, right? A beautiful RE glyph right where the owl flew off. And he knew right away. He said, okay, there's more to these people than I realized. Remember that moment?
Sort of, yeah, I do. He was right at the very edge of the campsite, and we had two campsites that were right together. And when Kevin saw him fly up into the tree, there was a glyph that was on the campsite that we were in at that time when we saw him. And later on that afternoon, he had kind of gone across the road, and then he came back to the campsite on the other side of that tree where I was. And at one point later that day, there was another RE glyph right there below him on the other side of that same tree as where Kevin had seen him.
Yeah. But the point is Kevin saw the RE, who was the owl, I'm going to say, when exactly at the point where he flew off the ground, there was a glyph, RE's glyph. Well, that
but there were RE glyphs. There was the one Kevin saw on this side in this campground, and on this side of the tree, there was another RE glyph, and George was a tree up here. So there was a RE glyph. Later.
I've had experiences with George or an owl where I knew he was RE too, like just the circumstances, the energy and stuff like that. But it was kind of cool too, because RE walked right through camp, and one of the young bucks actually saw him, and that was pretty wild, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, he went home with an experience of a lifetime.
I remember. Let me just quickly say this because it's pretty cool. So I see that Sue and I came back. We were out doing something, and we came back, and then, what was the guy's name again?
Nick.
Nick, yeah. So Nick's sitting at the picnic table, and he's looking like he's kind of like mesmerized or whatever. We went over and we start talking to him, and he says, "Is there a big white guy here?" I said, yeah, and I said, and he said of 3 or 4 things, and he says, "Is he like about 9 feet tall?" And I said, "No, he's more like 12." And they said, "Yeah, he was more like 12, but I didn't think he would believe me or whatever if I said that." But the thing is this is how detailed these people are, because he told me and described the exact Sasquatch being RE that I could describe and whatever, and which was perfect because it verified the story for him and for me. So that's how detailed they are. And you know, he had seen RE and described him, and because I know what he looks like and seen him, it was just perfect. And that was quite that was quite the sighting for him, actually.
Yeah, and you know, he really wasn't even a Bigfooter. He just came with his buddy. So,
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, but then that speaks to the fact that if they want to reach people and they see goodness and potential in them, and they know that, you know, if he hadn't have shown himself, or if he hadn't had those experiences, and he had quite a few more, they had a lot of experiences that day. I mean, those couple days. If he hadn't have done that, Nick would have just went back and said, "Man, BC's beautiful," and forgot about it, and he wouldn't. None of that. You know, they had to kind of reach out to him right away.
make it stick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So-
We ready to move on? We're getting to the good stuff now. Okay, so this is from last July. We went to a different location in the Blues. We normally go in Washington, and this was in the northeast corner of Oregon at Tracy Bosun's location. And this is just the most fabulous, beautiful area. It's got the same kind of magic as the other place we go to. It's a lot more lush, lower elevation, and you know, you spend all day driving, and you get there and it's late in the day, and you kind of just have time to say hello to everybody, get camp set up, get fire going, get some dinner. You don't really have a lot of time for looking around on that first night. The next morning, I was the first person up at probably 6 a.m. We were camped right at the edge of this big meadow, and I had to walk, you know, 100 feet or so out to where the vault toilet was. And as I'm walking out there, I'm looking at this cluster of bushes at the end of the meadow, and there's like this huge black burnt stump sticking up in the middle of it that looks just like a Sasquatch head. And I stopped and I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking, man, that is so cool. That is like the most beautifully perfect Sasquatch head looking stump I have ever seen. You know, I go into the bathroom, I come back out, I stop, I pause, I admire it some more, because man, that just really looks like a Sasquatch head. That is so cool. So then I go over and I get the fire going and I start the coffee, and 20 minutes later I turn around and look, and the big burnt stump is gone. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I admired that for several minutes.
Like I said, that's exactly what happened to me in camp. No, and then it was gone.
Yeah.
Gotta wonder how they stopped from cracking up, because I know that he knew
They
you were.
are. They are.
So this was another one of those campouts where we knew they were right there with us right from the very beginning. They were there the whole time. That was my first of 2 sightings that day. Later on, sitting at the fire, I heard a stick break, and I turned and looked, and I could see back into the trees, maybe 300 feet out, where there's just like this little window between the branches, and there's this patch of long black shiny hair just kind of turns and walks away. Wayne, he was there. He had another sighting that same day, that afternoon, on the hill up behind camp.
Wayne Stapleton?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, he had a sighting.
Yeah, he had a sighting there that same day. We did the recreations on this one, the one that was in the cluster of bushes, we put Lenny out there with a shovel with my black hoodie on it to hold up. Well, that wasn't enough, so we had to go get him a long stick. That wasn't long enough, so we went and got him a longer stick. And it turns out that individual was about 15 feet tall that was in those bushes. And then when we did the recreation for the one that I saw that was kind of back in the trees, it was kind of a group thing we were going to recreate that with, but everybody had kind of gone off to do what they needed to do, and we were going to rejoin later that day for the recreation. But in the meantime, it was just me and Wayne that was there at camp. So we figured, well, let's get ready for this. Let's go on over there. We'll pinpoint the exact location and look around, see if there's anything there. So I sat in my chair right where it was, and Wayne was over there, and he waved, and I got him right in the right spot. And we went, looked around. I stuck a stick in the ground to mark it. So when we came back later, we'd know right how to go there. And we noticed that the ground right there had some big cracks in it. It was really dry. We didn't see any footprints or anything like that, but in that one specific spot, there were cracks in the ground. So later that afternoon, everybody gets back and we're going to do our recreation, and Lenny's going to be the stand-in. And I took him over there, and I was going to put him in the spot by the stick, and I get over there and nothing looks right. And I'm looking around and it's like, well, this isn't right. This does not look right at all. And I'm looking around, and finally I find the stick, and I put him there, and I'm headed back over to sit in my chair. And as I'm walking away, Lenny and this other fella, Andy, are standing there. And I said, oh, by the way, check out the cracks in the ground. Well, I can hear him mumbling something as I'm walking away, but I'm thinking they're cracks in the ground. They'll figure it out, right? So I go back over, and I'm sitting in my chair, and I get the camera out, and I'm all ready. And I'm like, all right, Lenny, wave. And I can't see anything. And I'm like, wave bigger. And I can't see anything. And then out of the corner of my eye over here, I see Lenny, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing over there? Well, they moved the stick. When we had marked the spot, he was no longer in the place where we had seen the Sasquatch. They had picked. So when I walked away and said, look at the cracks in the ground, there weren't any cracks in the ground to look at because the stick had been moved to a different spot. Playing games with us there.
I love it.
Funny.
I love it. We are so much entertainment for them.
There were so many things. It was all day, all night. Things were happening all around us. At one point, you hear a big crash, and you look up to all the branches swinging back and forth, and whistles and vocals and strange lights. And so, go ahead. Is there another picture there?
By the way, I wanted to say, Beef, these campouts are all in your area. I mean, you could attend sometime.
The ones over by Greenwood, is that where you are, Barb? Yeah, that's about an hour away from where I live. And then the ones over in the Blue Mountains, that is actually quite a distance. You're closer to me than they are.
Where are you at?
I'm over in Gig Harbor.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're on the water.
Yep. Well, I wish.
Oh.
we're actually pretty far west of Gig Harbor. That's technically what our address is, but we're actually closer to Belfair, which is interesting. Okay. We're out in the middle of literally thousands and thousands of acres of managed forest, and there's at least one clan, but I believe there's more out here, and it's not a small clan. There's, the best I can tell, there's like 15 individuals, if not more. Some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them don't care, but some of them actually don't.
I don't blame them. No, I'm just joking.
So funny, Brian.
But an hour away, I do live in British Columbia, and I'm making it twice.
You what?
I said you said you're an hour away, but I'm in British Columbia, and I'm making it twice.
Right. You're about a little over 2 hours away from me, and actually Barb's pretty stinking close.
Well, I'm 2.5 days away, and I go.
But basically, what we're trying to
driving
But you all
over 1,900 miles to get to.
basically what we're trying to tell you. Basically, what we're trying to tell you, Beef, is you got no excuse.
well, actually, I do. I have a perfect excuse. Barb was
Right.
never invited.
On the backup already, so maybe next year.
Okay.
Okay.
I would love to. I watch your videos and I go, wow, that is so cool.
How many dropouts do you have? Do you have like quite a few people like it
That
average
cancel?
two or three a camp out that don't end up coming?
Usually 2 or 3 cancellations. Yeah.
Some waiting list there, Mr. Wellington.
Now, Beefy baby, I'm
Hey, baby.
I'm going to be there at the June camp out at Barb's. I think it's at Whistle Creek. Is that right, Barb?
This upcoming June, right?
Yes, in June.
I might have to send you a message, Barb.
Okay. That camp out also has a backup list. Backup list started about 3 hours after I posted it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
For filled up.
Yeah, because they all found out I was going, so it got real popular.
So are you going in June?
Me? I'm going to you froze up. I'm going to the Blues. Is that in June?
Mm-mm.
No, that's July. I have you on the schedule for June and July.
Yeah. I'm going to the Blues, and and the other one is, hold on, Whistle Creek.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going, Whistle Creek.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a list for the Blues too.
You what?
Yeah. I'd love to come to the Blues, but we're going to be driving 6,000 miles on this trip, so I might have to wait.
Okay. All right. Well, shall we move on?
Yeah. We're
Okay.
moving on.
What have we got here?
Asterisks.
Oh, okay. So now I told you that we did the recreation for the one in the bushes and he was 15 feet tall. And we did the recreation for the one that I saw off the side and then they moved the stick.
Yeah.
Well, when we went to check out Wayne's sighting, it was just up the road behind the hill. So we all walked up there and we went to the location where he had his sighting and there were some possible prints there. There was some really cool structures. And on the way back down, we found this glyph beside the road that wasn't there when we went up. So that
Beautiful.
was there, while we were examining the area where Wayne had sighting.
Yeah.
That's something.
We've had that happen. Well, I've had that happen numerous times, but we had that happen one time or a few times. Remember, Arla?
Oh yeah, when we were Beachfoot, and we had walked up the mountain, and of course I was barefooted, but so I know for sure it wasn't there because I was watching where I walked. And then we stopped for just a minute and decided at that point we'd turn around and go back down, and just a few steps and there it was. So they literally did it, but they've done that before. They did it when we were there at the big stump in BC when I was standing there talking with you and Sue, and you were facing me, and I turned around and looked, and on my backpack there was an X.
That was amazing.
So
the one I liked on that trip is when we were sitting across. We were carrying some pretty big weight for that overnight trip. Too much weight for one night.
Well, I had 35 pounds. I had 35 pounds, and I know you guys had more than I did.
Anyway, so you're sitting on one side of the path, we're sitting on the other side of the path. All of a sudden, Sue and I heard this big crack sound like that came out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden on your lap is an X kind of leaning up against your leg.
Yeah.
I have story coming up. Something
That's
similar.
quite a dramatic greeting for you.
Yeah, and like this, you go somewhere and it happens all the time. And when we share it, then other people go, "Whoa, wait a minute."
Yeah.
And that's why I talk so much about we need to share.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what
Yep.
this show's all about. So, Arla, you wanted to post this picture from something you saw in one of the videos.
Okay, this is Barb's from her video of the little one who jumped down, and you can see the big tree and the stick across there. And of course, the arm is right there in that opening where the light opening where that stick is. But as we were watching this, when we were preparing for the show, I'm like, wait a minute. There's another one. So Barb sent me the video and I went in and marked it. What you're seeing is a profile of him. You can see literally the skin, like up around the forehead and the eyes and nose and the chin around the mouth. He's very light skinned, but he's all hunched down there, squatted, watching this other one that's jumping out of the tree. And of course, Rob is there off to the right, and Sandy's back there to the left. And like I've seen hundreds of times before, we are so unaware. There's somebody else there doing something. So I just thought this was just so cool.
That is very cool. Thank you, Arla.
You're welcome.
It's a good example of how things happen right there with us when we don't know they're right there with us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can we move on?
Yep.
Okay, there it is when it's not circled. So I guess we can move on, right?
Yep. One more.
Oh, here's that. I think that picture you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. So this is from my garden this last winter with the three lilies of the valley that were pulled up just like the avalanche lilies over in the blues and just left there. I believe as a message is that, okay, we're here. Here's the three of us. We're leaving the three, and we know what you did in the blues.
You're being watched.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So
this is beautiful. A big fire ring.
Okay, so do you have one more picture after that shows that little stick figure again?
After this one?
After that one, yeah.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, okay, that's fine. We'll just stay on the circle. So one of the things that we did when we were at Tracy's location this last July, he had a book that had been written decades ago, probably back in the 70s, about the events that had taken place not only in this area where we were camping, but specifically that campground. And we were right on the edge of a wilderness area there. And there were some men that spent a lot of time back in there on their horses and their families. They camped right there at the campground where we were. And they had written a book about all of their Sasquatch experiences. So Tracy had a copy of this book. And in the evening, he would sit and read stories about the things these people experienced. You know, things from like, the kids playing ball out in the meadow and they'd kick the ball into the forest and the forest would kick the ball back out at them. Or when mom would take the kids in and put them to bed at night, they would hear the sound of children crying in the forest because they still wanted to play. One of the things they talked about was these guys on the horses had gone down into the wilderness area and looked up a valley and seen a big metal silo in a place where there should be no metal silo. And they decided on their way back, they were going to go up into that valley and check it out. And when they came back, it was no longer there. One of the things that Tracy read us about was not really a cave so much as an overhang, where there was about a 15-foot dry area back under some rocks, where they had found not only rocks that had been decorated, but rocks that had stick figures placed on them. And as soon as he talked about them finding these stick figures placed on rocks, immediately my brain went back to what we had found at Kelly's Corner, where the little tree jumpers were. And I got really excited. And Lee is sitting there next to me, and it's like, I've got to go back here. I got to go back to that rock. I mean, I'm sure it's been a few years. That little stick figure isn't going to be there, but I just got to go back to that rock, and I want to show you the rock it was sitting on. We got to go there. So, as Tracy finished reading that story, right there in camp, right beside us, there was this huge whistle. And so to me, that says, well, they were right there listening to these stories and enjoying them as much as we were. And I'm thinking, okay, well, they probably have their own version of these stories. And they're like, oh yeah, I remember when Uncle Joe was watching them guys on horses. And so so we finished our camp there in Northeast Oregon, and we moved to our normal location in Washington that we always go to. And the two things that I had wanted to do was go and look for the avalanche lilies and go to that rock. And even I realized I was irrationally excited about showing people a bare rock, but that's what I was going to do. So we get there, and Lee's in the car with me. I park, and we got to walk up a little ways. And I'm telling her, this is so cool. I got to show you this. This is so awesome. And we walk up there, and here's this circle with all these sticks in it. And she's looking at me like, this really is cool. How did you know this was going to be here? I had no idea this was going to be. I knew we had to come here, you know? So if you look closely, there's 12 sticks in the circle, and there were 12 campers that showed up at that camp out. I think we had 15 scheduled, 12 showed up. So to me, this circle represents us in the middle, surrounded by the Sasquatch, both physically and spiritually. And that one big rock in the front, I think that's that 15-footer that was looking at me out of that bush, the bushes.
Yeah. Quite often the rocks are size and age appropriate too. You know, one of the campouts that I hosted had the exact same message, except it was in little bundles of sticks that they wrapped around a tree, and they left two of them, and they represented them with the pine cones, and every stick represented exactly the amount of people that were at the campout. So it was the identical message to what you got here. So that's very cool.
Well, we can take it one step farther, and if you want to talk about the layers and the messaging, you remember when I told them that when I got my gold rock and I told them that I needed a clean slate? Look at the ground. It is literally on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So that for beautiful, huh? That is just makes me so happy.
You know, and they take us literally. That's the thing. You asked for a clean slate. You got it. You know, I did the same thing years ago with Kashima when he was teaching me things, and we'd been out walking and he was telling me some things, and I told him, I said, well, grandfather, I said, please don't let me miss anything. If you have to put it in my face, put it in my face. And so we continued to walk. Later that day, after I'd done some other things, I decided to walk down to where the circle is and where the gifting stone was. And so I'm not paying attention. I know where I'm going. I could walk there blindfolded. Well, so I'm not looking at everything around me. I'm in this space and I'm walking along with my head, and all of a sudden, boom, I run into this limb with all these, had a bunch of leaves on it. It was literally pulled across my path and tied with vines to the other side of the path. And when I went, oh, and immediately I heard in your face. And so it was that affirmation that they listen to us. They hear what we're saying and they take it literally. So,
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sometimes they'll do that like an instant thing with animals like ravens or whatever, too.
yeah.
You'll have a thought, and then
Yeah.
you'll have a thought, or you're questioning something, and as soon as you have the question, then a raven flies right over you and makes one call.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
just the timing is just too perfect. And
Yep.
so yeah, they're just masterful teachers. It's just a beautiful beautiful thing.
Yeah. I can't imagine not living the life I live. I can't imagine looking at them in any other way than how I've always looked at them. You know, I was lucky. It started very, very early in my lifetime, actual physical interaction with them. And so much of my life has been in the physical form. The woo, that's a given for me. I mean, I don't even, think about that. But I always try to remember there are people out there, Arla, who didn't have what you had when you were growing up. They didn't have the guidance, they didn't have the teaching, they didn't have that understanding. So always be mindful. And that's where Kashima stepped in and said, we come to you where in this place where you are, in your mindset, in your mind, and your beliefs. And it's at that point that we begin to open up and listen and bring all of those lessons openly to ourselves, or we can shut it off and create a whole nother reality with them, which people do every day. But I can't imagine my life without them in it this time around, for sure.
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. It's a gift to have them in our life. Absolutely.
Beautiful blessing.
Yeah.
And anybody
seen this
can
too.
have it. We're not special in that. Anybody can have it. Be respectful. Open your heart. And it's all out there waiting for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give it-
What a wonderful relationship we have with monsters, eh?
Oh, beautiful monsters.
What are we looking at here? Barb?
That's a view of the camp we were at in the Blues at Tracy's location from back in the woods. So that just kind of gives you an idea of where we were. I think if you want to go ahead and go forward from that picture, I've got something else to share from, keep going. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so after we went back and found the circle, the other thing that I wanted to do, nope, go back.
Go back.
Go back. Back one picture. That one. There we go. Nope. Too far.
That's that asterisk again.
Nope. The plant. There's a plant. The other way. Go the other way.
Right here.
Nope. Keep going.
There. Wait.
Nope.
You went past it. It was right
No,
there.
You gotta wait for her to see it on the things right there.
Oh,
There
okay.
it is.
There.
That's it.
That's cool.
Okay, so the story behind this, the avalanche lilies, when I was there, I think it was 2019, and we found where they had been picking them while they were observing us. Well, after we left Tracy's location in Northeast Oregon and went back, besides looking at that rock where the stick figure was, I wanted to look for the avalanche lilies. And I thought, we're here a month later, but the snows were really deep. We actually had to postpone the camp out because we couldn't get in because of the snow. So I was thinking maybe there was still a possibility that the avalanche lilies came up late and I'd be able to find them again. So that was the other thing that I did right off. Was as soon as we got there, I went over and I started looking for the avalanche lilies, and I didn't find any. They were done. They had finished their business, dried up and blew it away. But there were these other plants that had a very similar leaf, but they grew clusters, not just individually. So just being curious, I went ahead and pulled one out to see what it looked like. And it didn't have the long, onion-like root. It had just this short, woody, curved little root. And I mean, they're clearly a completely different plant. So I just kind of pulled one up and I dropped it there. And then I got to looking around, and all of the little clusters had one pulled up and dropped on the ground, just like I had left it. So they knew that not only was I going to go and look for that stick figure and left the circle, but they had gone to each of these clusters that looked like avalanche lilies and pulled out one plant. And by the amount of dry, I would say probably been there for 2 to 3 days before we arrived. And yeah, so they knew what I was looking for, and they knew what I was going to do, even though it was a different plant. There were probably 20 of these clusters that had one pulled out laying beside them on the ground.
Amazing.
Isn't that
Details.
Yeah. So there was one more thing that happened at that camp out. Go ahead to the next clip now, or the next picture, please. While we were sitting there, Lee looked up and looked out across the road, and there was this big, beautiful golden brown bear on the hill across from us watching us. And she just looks up and goes, "There's a bear." And we all turn and we look, and the bear's just standing there looking at us. And he was so beautiful. He was so healthy, big, golden brown. And once we were all looking at him, he took 3 or 4 bounds down the hill onto the road. And at that point, he kind of disappeared behind some bushes. But I thought, he's going to go on down below us, and we'll be able to see him as he continues down. At the very least, we'll see the bushes shaking as he goes through, but there was nothing. We never saw anything. We never heard anything. So we decided, well, let's go see how big he was. Let's go out and check his prints in the road, because the road is just dust. We can go measure it. So we get out there, and there's no prints in the road. We've got our tracks are all over, but there's not a bear print to be found anywhere. So we go back. We got radios. We got somebody sitting there to make sure we're in the right spot. Yep, that's where he was. No tracks. Up on the bank, and I'm looking through the wildflowers and all the plants. There's not a single broken stem. There's absolutely nothing that says this bear was here. There's not a single sign that we can find anywhere. So, okay, at this point, we decide, let's send Tom a message, see what he has to say on this. And Tom comes back to us with a message from RS. "Behold our watchman." He says, "The Sasquatch are off doing their own thing. They're off with the elk right now, and they can't be with us at this location." So they had left the ring, they left the plants, and they sent the bear to keep an eye on us, I guess. It's just a sign that, they're looking after us. So that was also very beautiful.
Did you get the impression the bear was a Sasquatch cloaked, or was it a bear?
Well, it looked like,
couldn't there be tracks?
but bears generally leave some kind of sign they're there. I mean, you can't have an that big walking over a dusty road without leaving a single mark. So
Sasquatch can, though. That's the point, right? So maybe it was a Sasquatch cloak. Is what I'm.
Watch, because the only message that Tom sent from RS was "Behold the watchman." So whether he's a ghost bear or just something we were supposed to see that wasn't really there, or he was a Sasquatch that just kind of came in and went back out, I can only speculate on that.
Or it was another case of that bilocation business they can do.
Yeah.
Or it could have been a spirit bear. There are those too. So that's another one of those situations we have possible multiple answers for what it could have been. And so it all boils down to, it was what it was.
That is correct. It was a big, beautiful bear that didn't leave.
Yep. Yeah.
The only explanation doesn't make a lot of sense is that it was just an actual regular bear. Because
Right.
Well, even Lee will say that, we didn't see the bear come either. He was just standing there suddenly.
There.
He was just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty neat.
What are we looking at here?
Okay. This here was
Jay.
for our September camp out. I was in town with my husband. We were doing some shopping. He was driving, and I had gone into a shop, and while I was in, he's in his video game on his phone. He is 100% focused on his game. It's his time off, and that's what he wants to do. So he doesn't care if he's shuttling me around, because in between he gets to play his video game. So I go into the store and I come out and I open the car door, and there's this blue jay feather laying on the floor on the passenger side. And I picked that up and I looked at him and I went, "Where'd this come from?" And he looks at me and he goes, "What?" And I'm with this feather. And he goes, "Well, you just tracked it in. It was on your shoe." And I'm like, "I haven't even gotten in the car yet." I did not just track this in. So of course he's clueless. He's just playing his video game, but this feather just appeared in the car just a couple days before the camp out. So I thought that was a beautiful sign. And then we got up to our Greenwater camp out in September, and we had just an amazing time. It was the end of summer, so as far as trash goes, we always plan to go in a day ahead and clean up. And there wasn't a whole lot of trash so much as there were like people's toilets where they had taken a bucket lined with stuff, and then they took their bucket and left the mess. There was bathroom facilities that people had left behind that we had to clean up and take care of. And Teresa and Tina, the T sisters, were real troopers. They really went above and beyond as far as cleaning these things up, the messes we found in the woods. Big kudos to them for what they did. And it was rewarded. It was appreciated. They had a sighting right there in their camp on the first day. There were cloakers around. Teresa got to see what appeared to be like a zipper in the air where it didn't match up, where things on this side and things on this side weren't quite the same. We had gone to where there was a structure we had found in May, and we went back up there to look at that. And while we're standing there looking at it, we all got to hear something different. I think it was I heard a wood knock. The person next to me heard an owl call. Somebody else heard I think a whistle. So they gave us an example of how we can all be together and experience something different at the same time. And just last night, I was going through and I was editing some of the footage from that camp out. And there's a point where Terry had seen an individual across the road. So we all got up. We didn't know what it was. Maybe there was a person over there going to mess with things. We all got up and went over to go look. And when we got over there, Rob saw like a black shadow back behind the RVs, behind the trees. So I had got my headphones out. He said he heard something in the video. So I got my headphones out to see if I could hear what he spoke about. But I didn't hear what he spoke about. He was hearing like some kind of crashing sound, like in one of the RVs. But I had my headphones on. So I'm listening as he starts to walk away. And in the video, I hear this very musical, beautiful tone. And then it kind of shifts into another tone. And it's not the same thing, but it reminded me very much of the tones from the movie Close Encounters, where I probably would have completely just deleted this clip without ever even knowing it was there if I hadn't just gotten out my headphones when I did. And so, that was something that all these months later, here I'm finding in the video that I didn't know was there. Some beautiful afterthought, So that was our September camp out. And at that point in time, before and after that camp out, I'd been going up and picking huckleberries with my friend Heidi. Well, our favorite place to go picking was not available. The road was so damaged and so washed out that we couldn't really get up there anymore. So we needed to find a new place this year. So we went up one spot and they were logging up there and they ran us out and let us pick up there. So we went on up farther and we got up to a place where I used to watch equipment back in the 80s. And we found the perfect place for picking huckleberries. We filled our buckets and it was such a beautiful location and we just couldn't pull ourselves away. We went back over and over. Well, on the way up there, there's a bridge that crosses the river, the same river that's out here. And we decided we wanted to stop and look for rocks on the way back down. So we'd pull ourselves away from berry picking and we'd go to this place to look for rocks. But when we got there, we realized there were these beautiful campsites that were just calling us. We never did look for rocks. We just started exploring. And I knew there had been campsites there in the past, but this area had always been so trashed and full of garbage. But people have been going in there and making such an effort at cleaning this area up. Shout out to Ralph. Good job. Groups of people going up and making sure that these areas are becoming pristine again. So when we got there, we just had this, it was beautiful. And we had this just overwhelming feeling that we needed to be there. And as hard as it was to pull ourselves away from picking berries, it was even harder to pull ourselves away from these campsites. And it's like, you know what? We got to camp here. We need to be here. We got to come and spend some time here. So I created a last minute end of the season camp out at this new location because the September one would have been done. We've been done for the year. So it was a small group. We went back in October and it was a group area was kind of set back into the trees about 100 feet or so from the road. And right from the very beginning, we had experiences there all around us. The very first night sitting around the fire, Donna and I are sitting there. We'd been hearing footsteps. And all of a sudden, right here, there's this deep grumble. And I'm like, oh, did you hear that? And then Donna, she's kind of taking her time, freaking out a little bit before she spoke. And well, she had some expletives. And well, I actually got that recorded because there had been owl calls and I had a bird app on my phone and I wanted to see if these were fake owls, if the bird app would acknowledge them and recognize them. So I just turned it on and set the phone down and forgot about it. So when the grumble happened, it was picked up on the bird app. And so we have that. And then a couple hours later, we go to bed and somebody runs past my cot. So they're so big that they shook my cot inside my tent. Huh. And morning I get up and Terry's out there and everybody, and I said, so anything happened last night? And Terry goes, yeah, somebody ran through camp. And I said, did you feel anything? And she goes, yeah, it shook my cot. And I'm like, yeah. So we knew they were there right from the very beginning. Hey, do you have a picture for us there, Brian?
I got all kinds of pictures.
Okay, I think we're ready for some pictures.
We're ready for some more pictures?
Yeah.
How's this one?
Oh, that's back from September. That was one of the footprints after one of the ladies had somebody talking outside her tent one night. This was the print that was out there the next morning. So go ahead and move forward here.
I use those 3 sticks representing 3 of them, right?
Oh, yep. Okay. Oh, I'm going to back up a little because we got to do this. So the night before the October camp out, Heidi was here at the cabin with me, and you can see the chairs there. We had the propane fire pit going, and in the darkness above the cabin, I hear a stick break. Well, we had been hearing them around the whole afternoon and the evening. We could hear them out by the river. We could hear them in the woods. Well, up above my cabin, I hear this stick break. I look up and there's this stick about so long, about so big around, spinning at me, coming at me out of the darkness above the cabin. And I'm thinking, well, it's going to hit me, but it didn't. And it didn't hit the ground and I didn't see where it went. And I looked down and I got the camera out and I was going to record it to share with the group. And it's like, hey, somebody just broke a stick up in the tree and threw it at me, except I don't know where it went. There's a rock here, but I'm sure I saw a stick. And then a few minutes later, I'm sitting there at Goldie. She's laying behind me or beside me on the ground, and I can hear sticks breaking. And I'm thinking, is she chewing on the stick? Is she got the stick that just came down out of the tree? Well, she gets up and walks away, and there's no stick. She doesn't have a stick. Well, that's just so weird. Well, later I figured out, okay, what had happened was there was a cloaked individual right there in front of me who caught the dang stick as coming at me. From my story you just told a little while ago, Arla. So I walk out and there's these 3 sticks lined up just like that right there beside where we'd been sitting. So to me, that was once again 3 individuals saying, yeah, we were here playing with you last night. So,
Absolutely.
yeah. So this was the day that we packed up and set up camp up at river, where we had the grunt and we had the run through that night. Would have been the very next night from these sticks. So go ahead to the next one here, Brian, please. Okay, so this is our little campsite there. And this is where we were sitting when that grumble happened. There was just 5 of us there that night, 5 ladies. It was Dana, Donna, Terry, Heidi, and myself. And go ahead to the next picture. So these are, the green tent is mine. The red one is Heidi's, and Terry was sleeping in this end of it. So it's right through there where that individual ran through that shook our cots. That's how far apart we were. That's how big it was. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we had activity all week long. I mean, there were things going on during the day, during the night. There were vocals, there were stomping, there was a tree that got shook and nobody was there. On Friday night, I went out with my drum about dusk. I went up and down the road and I put the drum up against my chest and I did my best to drum out my gratitude and love out over the forest. And I just wanted them to know how grateful we were for everything and for being there with us. And it was so wonderful. And I just did my best to drum that out across the forest. And then went back to camp. And a few hours later, it's dark, about 8 o'clock. And I'm sitting there by the fire and it just pops into my head that, we should go look for fingerprints. So Terry, she says she'll go with me. I went and dug out the black light and we walked out to the road. And there were 5 vehicles lined up on that side of the road. And we spent probably 2 or 3 minutes on each vehicle going over it with the black light, looking for fingerprints. We didn't find anything. And then the last one was Terry's truck was across the road, parked at a vacant campsite over there. And as we're walking across the road, I said to her, this will be where we're going to find something. And a few seconds later, we were looking at this giant fingerprint here on the side of her pickup. There's also a little smudge there beside it. And so I got out the camera, took some pictures, and I turned on the video and I started making video of it. And it was becoming more and more difficult to see on camera. And Terry, she's got the light. And I'm like, well, put it up here. Try the angle. We're trying to adjust the angle of the light. And then suddenly we realize, oh, wait a minute. It's not the angle of the light. The print is drying up and disappearing. I mean, we could still see it with our eyes, but on camera, it was becoming very difficult to see. Okay, so then we turned the camera off, and right behind us, there's a big stick break. It's like, okay, yeah, we know you're still here. So basically, this was made in the time that we were checking the other vehicles across the road. And go ahead and move us forward here. And this is a enhanced version. Brent Handyside did this for me. She took a picture of it and just cleaned it up so you can really see the detail. It's 1 3/4 by 1 9/16 inches across, and that's going just by what's visible, not by going where the full print would be. But we went back to camp. And, we sat there politely waiting for the conversation to pause and said, hey, we got something cool to show you. and showed him the pictures. And, we decided the next morning we were going to go out and take some measurements. And Peter, he's sitting there and he says, we should probably get those measurements tonight. Like, yeah, okay, let's go on out there. So I went and grabbed a measuring tape. We're going to go do that. And he walked back out there with me. And, which was probably a really good thing we did, because by the next morning, there was nothing left but a slightly less dusty patch on the truck where it had been. It dried up and the breeze just blew it away. And if we hadn't seen it when it was like this, we'd have never even known it was a fingerprint. So to me, this was a gift that, it's first of all, it says we are here. And it says, it's not just for me or Terry or our group. This is something that's for everybody. This is for the world to see. This is something that says we are here, and they need to be acknowledged that the damage that's being done to the planet and to all of us, it's affecting them too, and I think part of why they want to come forward now and involve all of us, because, well, we're all kind of going to hell in a handbasket here. They don't want to go with us.
Yeah. I like what you said. I like what you said about this for all of us, because, yeah, it definitely is. And we're given the responsibility of sharing this with people. So it's an honor to be able to show this stuff to people. And, yeah.
It was totally intentional. I am sure that the only reason we camped there is because they wanted us to camp there. We were drawn, right from the very beginning. They made sure we knew that they were there. And, they participated in the camp out as much as we did throughout the whole week. And, and then to give us a gift like this, we've had a lot of fingerprints before, but none of them that are even remotely close to anything like this. There's no denying this is.
No, I noticed all the way through your accounts, you were saying, and I was felt that I wanted to go here, or had a thought that I wanted to go here, whatever. Do you so I associate that with thought placement to get to, because they're leading you places to show you things. Is that how you see it too?
I do, and more so all the time. It's like, when that cloaker video happened, I wasn't a woo person. And, when the portal opened in my tent, that was a shock to me. It's no matter how many times you see these things and experience these things, it takes effort and it takes work in your brain to mentally wrap yourself around and be conscious of them being real 24/7, without your brain automatically wanting to go to a rational explanation, because this is the rational explanation.
Yeah.
This is exactly the rational explanation of what happened. This is not the woo or anything else. This is a print. This is a fingerprint. That person who left that fingerprint, if they were a human, that's in the data bank somewhere. So, it's that, it's there. It's a signature. It says, like you said, hey, we're here. We're real. Now the ball's in your court. How are you gonna do this?
Yep.
Absolutely.
I've been inspired by the people that have been out there cleaning up the woods and making an effort to rebuild their home and make it natural again, and I think they appreciate that. I think they're disturbed by the destruction and the damage and the total disrespect for the forest, the water, and the wildlife as much as we are. And they're saying it's not too late to fix this. It can be done.
No, and that's that thing that Kashima told me so long ago. You humans, you don't respect the air. You don't respect the water. You don't respect the earth. You don't respect each other. And the worst is you don't respect yourself. If you have respect for yourself, you won't do these things, because we live on this earth. This is a gift for us to be here.
Mhm.
And everything that we do in a good way affects everything. It affects us, it affects them, it affects everything that's here.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's, I tell people all the time who want to put up a preserve for them so they'll have a place to go. Number one, they're not going to stay there. They go where they go. And
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with people wanting land protected, because what we do for this earth, we do for them, and we do for everything.
Yeah.
And that's where, we've got to come back to that. And I see that happening every day of the world, and I love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It goes even further than that. Every thought that we have affects everything.
Oh yeah.
Every action, so we really got to be responsible for our thoughts, our actions, and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. What are we seeing
Yep.
here, Barb?
Well, okay, this is a recreation picture that I made showing something that I saw a few years ago after Gabby passed away. I was coming home one night, and as I was coming up to the bridge, I saw what I thought was a cloud person standing in the middle of the bridge. And I stopped and watched the cloud person turn and walk to the far end of the bridge and just disappear. And it looked like somebody who was like hunched over, their hands in their pockets or something. And my first thought was it was a ghost, that I had just watched a ghost walk off the bridge. But then a couple nights later, I had a dream of a Sasquatch that was on the side of the river, and he was showing me the different forms of cloaking. And in the dream, one of them.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I mean, when Ari appeared in my room, he appeared in a cloud.
Purposes.
That's definitely one of the ways they cloak. So you were. So let's get into the dreams a little bit. You've had some dreams about Sasquatch, and my feeling is that they're not real dreams. They're actually visiting you in your dream. So do you want to talk about some of your dreams?
Well, it's been several years ago now. I had gone up the trail one day, and I was talking to him, and I said, all the times we've been up here and all the times I've talked to you and the interactions we've had, my name, but I don't know your name. I only think of you as Mama Sasquatch, or the big one, or the little one, or, I don't know your name. It would be wonderful if I knew it. Well, I'd said that out in the woods, and then I kind of forgot about it. And the next morning I woke up. Well, before I woke up, I was in my dream. I had this clear board with big green block letters, KOW-ME. And in my dream, I was reading this and I was trying to figure out what it meant. Me? Cow. And me is the me. Is that supposed to be me? What is this? I don't understand this. And then I woke up to this sense of something rushing out the window. And it was very perplexing. And I woke up very confused. And I went about my day, and I pretty much forgot about it. And then that afternoon I was headed up the trail, and it kind of came back to me. I was thinking about it again, and it's like, that is so weird. What does that mean? Me, me. What does that mean? And then it was like somebody spiritually just slapped me across the head, and I went, oh, it's a name, Homie. Because in my dream I had also heard it, so I knew that it was pronounced Co. It was the me part that threw me. But when I got that like spiritual slap on the head, I suddenly realized, oh, it's a me. It's all one. Me. It's one name. And I think that I had even talked to you about this at the time, Arla. And you said that the reason that I heard it and saw it spelled out was so that it would be pronounced properly, that they don't really care what you call them unless you're using their name, and then they want it spelled or pronounced properly. So to me, that was when I was given Mama Sasquatch's name of Comey. So that's what that dream was. Yeah.
Any other dreams?
Well, I had the one about the cloaking, the different forms of cloaking.
Right.
I can't think of anything else right offhand.
But did they feel like real dreams, or did they feel like
Well,
they were in your?
no, it wasn't. I don't generally wake up confused from a regular dream either. You know, this was something that it was like, even though I woke up, I still had the sense of somebody was right here, but leaving, going out the window when I was awake, and I was very confused by the me part of it, and because I'd heard the voice saying it, but I didn't know what me meant. And it wasn't until later that day when I got that spiritual slap across the forehead that it dawned on me, oh, it's a name, Comey.
Yeah. Well, we've been going on for getting on almost 4 hours now. So, yeah, believe it or not. But I was going to ask you, unless you have some more stuff you really want to share, because I mean, we don't really have a time limit. Is there anything?
That's the end of my list there. I've given you all the best stuff I've got. I skipped over a lot of little things, but
well, yeah, I mean, it would take forever for us to relate all the little big things that we experienced. But let me just ask you, so how do you see the Sasquatch? What do you think they are, and how has your life changed since they've come into your life?
What question?
I know.
You know, I can only speculate about what they are, but they are wonderful, amazing. They have abilities that we can't understand. They are full of love and light, and they are creatures of beauty and wonder, and they are the exact opposite of anything that a monster would be. Whether or not they're aliens, those things, I don't know those things. I can only go by my firsthand experience. And all I can say is they are beautiful creatures, and I love them, and they are wonderful. And they have changed my world so much. Not just as far as the Sasquatch thing, but the people that they've brought into my life, the connections that I've made with people all around the world. That just, I cannot imagine my life now if things weren't the way they are. It's to me, I feel like my life really began when I became enlightened to what's going on out here, and everything before that was just preparation. It was the things that I had to get out of the way so I could do this now. So,
and what do you think?
Well said. I want to say that first. That's very
Beautiful.
well said.
What do you think they want from you? What do you think? What are you doing?
Well, I amuse them. I think I can be entertaining for the little ones. I think I can be a safe place where they can come and learn. They can see how we move and how we think and how we feel, and somebody to do experiments on and little practice thingies. And I think they want us to share, and I think they want us to be our best selves. They want us to do what we were do. Yep. And they want the world to know that it's not just humans, to get over our human arrogance and realize we're not the end all beat all of everything, that there are others that are out there who are just as or more wonderful than we are.
Yeah. Arlo's always said, and it's my findings too, that, we go looking for Sasquatch, and then we end up finding out about who we are and whatever. You would concur with that?
100%. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And what have you found out about yourself and who we are? I know I'm giving you all the tough questions.
I think we're all a work in progress. We're all evolving slowly in our own daily lives. We grow, and I don't ever want to reach the point where I stop growing. I'm proud of how far I've come, And I know that no matter how much I do to improve myself and work on myself and be the best me, I know that there's always going to be room for improvement. I'm never going to reach an end line. I'm never going to get to the point where I'm done. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to keep trying to do better, and I'm going to keep sharing. And I think that's the plan for me.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Did anybody want to make any comments to Barb or about anything before we wrap it up? Anybody want to say anything?
Yeah. I came back on because I was listening to you guys, and I was listening to Barb talk about her dream and the block letter thing that you were talking about, where she showed you her name.
Big block letters.
Yeah, that exactly the same thing happened to me with my teacher. Yeah, that's how she showed me her name.
Were they green? The block letters?
No, they were just very bold, like a woodish color, but the lettering was just very dark black.
Wow. Very cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, so when I heard you telling that, I was like, oh wow, I just love when you get, that's like an affirmation in a way.
So many affirmations for every day.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I wanted to thank Barb Shupe for showing up, and this is historic in a way because this is the first time you've ever been recorded with the long story. And the long, you got used like you have a lot of short videos, but it's nice to hear the long story.
Yeah,
it really is a fabulous testament to the quality of life and the quality of interactions that are available out there. So thanks a lot.
This is like you're sitting there in a discussion. You're not bound by, oh my gosh, I've only got 60 minutes to do it, or I've only got 2 hours to do it. This was just, let's just sit down and let's just visit and talk and share and enjoy. And, like Michael said, this has been awesome. I knew it would be. I had no doubt.
Yeah.
I had no doubt.
Well, I got to tell you, you guys are the greatest hosts. I have had so much fun today. I've been looking forward to this. I've just been having a blast. I can't think of anybody I'd rather be sitting here sharing with than you guys. Thank you so much.
And we got to keep talking the truth because we're all ambassadors for their truth in a way, and it's important stuff to share. It's important stuff for people to hear at these times. So we're all brave in what we do, and I'm probably just pig-headed, but you guys are brave, and it's much appreciated.
Well, speaking of sharing, is there anybody got the book? Any books they want to share, and or YouTube video channels? Really?
Okay, find me on.
Because Barb Shupe's got a really good YouTube channel, and everybody should
she does
check that out.
She does.
Yeah. Tell us about that, Barb.
What's that?
Tell us about your YouTube channel. Then I guess Mr. Beans is telling me to plug my stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm on under Barb Shupe on YouTube. I started documenting way back in the beginning of all of this. Once I realized what was going on out there, I thought that it was really important that I get this information out to the scientists who need it. Little did I know that scientists were no interest whatsoever, and I was just going to hook up with all you people. I couldn't have done this better. I'm so happy with the way it's gone. The first time that somebody put a comment on my video about how much they enjoyed it, I was just dumbfounded because I have no talent whatsoever for making videos. I just have some cool content. And well, it's just kind of grown from there. I still don't really have much talent for making videos, but I still have awesome content. So
Well, you can put a lot of
great videos.
You can put a lot of fluff around something, but if it doesn't have the content, that didn't make sense.
No, it does. It does because there's no fluff in pork and beans, but you're going to get a lot of good content.
That's true.
No hype, no fluff.
Greasy
And if
spoon of
anybody-
goodness.
If anybody wants to check out my YouTube channel, it's Sasquatch BC, The True Story. And every single episode of the Pork and Bean Show is on there, edited. I've got my own little videos with my teachings from the Sasquatch people and my thoughts. And I'd appreciate anybody wanting to join that. It would be cool. And I'm trying to catch Barb. I'm only about 11,000 behind you. And of course, I've written a book called A Sasquatch Story, My Life with the Clan of RE. And it's, I'm getting sentimental now. He just hit me up. It's direct from the heart of RE and his clan. And it's their words. And it's a good book to understand the heart of the Sasquatch people. I was very proud that they worked with me through it. So,
Yep. And I've got a book. Actually, I have 2 books out. They've been out a long time. So, My Life with the Hairy People, and then my children's book, Respecting the Water. So, I usually don't plug my books. It's unusual for me to pop in and plug my own book. But anyhow, I've done it now. So,
We have a duty.
And Mr. Beans has got a book called The Book of Life.
Book of Life, yeah.
He didn't write it down. He's just sharing it.
it's out there.
Well, everybody, should we wrap it up? This has been a great show. Thank you, Barb, so much. Thank you to Beef Wellington, Frank Oliver Beans, Sloppy Joe, Peach Cobbler, and myself, Pork Cunningham. This has been the Pork and Bean Show. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I couldn't check any comments or anything in the group because it was just I was just losing pictures and stuff, and it was just haywire.
You did an awesome job, Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you. You
You
did
did
awesome.
good, Tot.
Well, thank you. So, okay, well, we'll see everybody next time. And I've got 7 shows lined up, and it's gonna be fun. We've got Ron Moorhead and Scott Nelson coming on next month. No, not next month, in March. And we've got one of your friends, or a lady. Now I'm trying to think of what her name is. No, I mean, I got 7 shows lined up. So she says she's a great friend of yours. So let me see if I can find that quickly. Oh, darn it. Okay, hang on. I'll find it.
He's
Where
a
did
man
Tom
on a
go?
mission.
Where did Tommy go?
Oh.
Tom.
He's been gone for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. The next show we got Sue Walker coming up on February 3rd. A fellow called Barry Littleton, who I don't really know much, but very interesting guy. We got Robin Haynes McRae coming on the 17th. Christopher Noel is going to come back again and talk about his new book on the 23rd. Reva McManus, that's the lady that says she knows you.
Yep.
She's coming on. She sounds like she's going to be really, really interesting. And Ashley Stennett.
Yep.
On March 4th. And I think on March 9th, and that's the one where we've got Ron and Scott Nelson. So
Very cool.
Good stuff.
Lots of shows coming up. Okay, everybody. Thanks again, Barb.
You're welcome.
We love you. Yeah, thanks for coming on, because I know you haven't really done a show like this before, have you? Where you've let everything
No, this is
hang out.
I've done a little bit there, but I've never done one where I'm not with everything like this. So.
Awesome.
Well, we really appreciate that you trust us enough to let us do that, because
no problem.
Amazing, and we love you. So
we love you too.
See everybody. So on behalf of Pork Cunningham, the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Beans, and all our co-hosts, Peach Cobbler, Sloppy Joe, Beef,
I think we
Beef
lost
Wellington
him.
and Happy and everybody. Thanks for showing up. We'll see you next time.
We'll see you in the
Bye.
woods. Bye.
Sloppy Joe out.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds if we're together?
Just sing a song and bring the sunny weather.
Happy trails to you till we meet again. Some trails are happy ones,
Others are blue.
Big sky, look down on all the people looking up at the big sky. Everybody's pushing one another around. Big sky feels sad when you see the children scream and cry. With the big sky too big to let it get him down. Big sky too big to cry. Big sky too high to see. People like you and me. One day we'll be free. We won't care, just you see. Till that day can be. Don't let it get you down. When I feel that the world's too much for me, I think of the big sky, and nothing matters much to me. Big sky look down on all the people who think they got problems. They get depressed and they hold their heads in their hands and they cry. People lift up their hands and they look up to the big sky. But the big sky is too big to sympathize. Big sky's too occupied. But he would like to try. And he feels bad inside. Big sky's too big to